Hey guys, welcome to the channel. Sit back, relax, and let your mind wander for a bit, because tonight we're diving into one of history's most fascinating ironies. Albert Einstein, the man who bent space, time, and human understanding itself, never won the Nobel Peace Prize. He could describe the universe in equations, yet the world could never quite understand him. Why was one of the most peaceful minds of the 20th century never honored for peace itself? Let's drift through time together and uncover the reasons behind this quiet contradiction in the story of genius. Here are few names that have become more synonymous with genius than Albert Einstein. Today, his face is printed on posters, coffee mugs, and memes, a shorthand for brilliance itself. But before the legend, before the halo of equations and the untamable hair, there was simply a boy who loved to wonder. Born in Ulm, Germany, in 1879, young Albert wasn't a prodigy in the traditional sense. His teachers thought he was distracted, slow even, because he refused to learn by rote. What they didn't see was that his mind wasn't wired to memorize. It was wired to ask why. Einstein's childhood was defined not by brilliance, but by curiosity. One day, his father handed him a simple compass, and he became transfixed. The needle's movement didn't make sense. No visible force pushed or pulled it, yet it moved with perfect consistency. That invisible power, he later said, awoke something in him. A lifelong obsession with what could not be seen but clearly existed. To him, nature was a riddle written in invisible ink, and his destiny was to decode it. He wasn't a model student. He skipped lectures, argued with professors, and often preferred daydreaming to discipline. At the Swiss Federal Polytechnic in Zurich, he was notorious for his unconventional attitude, brilliant in thought, chaotic in method. When he graduated, he couldn't find a teaching position. No one wanted to hire the disheveled young man with revolutionary ideas and little respect for authority. So he took a modest job at the Swiss Patent Office in Bern, reviewing applications for inventions that others believed would change the world. Ironically, while approving other people's ideas, Einstein was developing theories that would change it far more. In 1905, at the age of 26, Einstein published 4 scientific papers that would later be known as his Annus Mirabilis, his miracle year. In those 4 papers, he transformed physics. He explained the photoelectric effect, revealing that light could behave like both a wave and a particle. He introduced special relativity, proving that time and space were not absolute but relative to the observer. And with his simple but profound equation, E equals mc squared, he revealed that energy and matter were 2 sides of the same coin, interchangeable, infinite, bound by cosmic logic. To his peers, it was revolutionary. To Einstein, it was simply logical. He wasn't seeking fame or recognition. He was following the thread of curiosity wherever it led. He saw beauty in simplicity. Everything should be made as simple as possible, he said, but not simpler. That single sentence captured his philosophy of life, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. The world, however, wasn't ready for someone like him. At first, his theories were met with skepticism, even ridicule. They challenged the long-accepted laws of Isaac Newton, which had defined science for centuries. Einstein was rewriting the very language of the universe, and for some, that was heresy. Yet over time, the evidence grew undeniable. His predictions were confirmed, and his name began to echo far beyond the world of academics. By 1919, after the confirmation of his theory of general relativity during a solar eclipse, Einstein was catapulted to global fame. Overnight, he became not just a scientist, but a symbol of intellect, of curiosity, of the mysterious power of the human mind. Newspapers hailed him as the new Newton. Reporters followed him wherever he went. Crowds gathered just to glimpse him walking down the street. For the first time in history, a physicist had become a celebrity. But Einstein was uneasy with fame. He saw it as a distraction, even a burden. "It is strange," he wrote, "to be known so universally and yet to be so lonely." His mind was occupied not with recognition but with wonder. He wanted to understand existence, why there was something instead of nothing, why the universe seemed governed by both logic and mystery. Fame, to him, was just noise. Still, recognition was unavoidable. In 1921, the Nobel Committee finally decided to honor him, not for relativity, the theory that had turned him into a household name, but for his explanation of the photoelectric effect. It was a safer choice. Relativity was still considered controversial, too abstract, too radical. Many physicists didn't fully understand it, and the committee preferred not to take risks. So instead of honoring the man who had redefined time and space, they honored his smaller, more acceptable discovery. Einstein accepted the prize politely, but the gesture did little to satisfy him. He wasn't driven by awards or medals. What mattered to him was truth. The Nobel Committee's hesitation said more about them than about him, a caution that would later echo in their refusal to grant him the Nobel Peace Prize. For Einstein, science and morality were not separate pursuits. He believed that knowledge was only valuable if it made life better for others. But as the 20th century advanced, he began to see science used not for peace, but for power. The same principles that revealed the beauty of the cosmos were being weaponized to destroy it. "The release of atom power," he later said, "has changed everything except our way of thinking." That realization changed him. Slowly, the physicist became a philosopher. The scientist who studied the stars began to speak about humanity. He started writing essays on freedom, compassion, and conscience. He criticized militarism, nationalism, and blind obedience to authority. He called war a disease, something that could infect even the most civilized societies. But not everyone welcomed this transformation. To some, Einstein's pacifism was naive. To others, it was unpatriotic. In a Europe rebuilding from World War I, nationalism ran deep, and Einstein's calls for unity and disarmament were seen as dangerous. His Jewish heritage made him an easy target for anti-Semitic propaganda. German newspapers labeled him a traitor. Radicals threatened his life. Yet, despite the hostility, he refused to stay silent. Einstein once said, "The world is a dangerous place, not because of those who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing." That conviction would shape the rest of his life and ultimately explain why the Nobel Peace Prize, an award meant to honor moral courage, would forever elude him. As Einstein's fame spread across continents, he found himself caught between two worlds, the cold precision of science and the heated chaos of politics. The year was 1922, and invitations flooded his desk from around the world. He was asked to lecture in Paris, London, Tokyo, and New York, his theories now shaping the very framework of modern thought. Newspapers called him the most intelligent man alive, but Einstein didn't see himself that way. He joked that if relativity proved false, Germany would say, "I am a Swiss," and Switzerland would say, "I am a German." Beneath his humor, though, was a quiet weariness. Genius, he realized, was not a gift. It was a responsibility. Wherever he went, people saw Einstein the scientist, but few understood Einstein the humanist. Even as he spoke of cosmic laws and universal constants, he carried a growing sense of moral unease. The world praised his intellect, but ignored his warning. Knowledge without wisdom could destroy us. When World War I erupted in 1914, Einstein refused to sign the Manifesto of the 93, a document in which leading German intellectuals endorsed the war effort. Instead, he co-authored a Manifesto to the Europeans, calling for peace, dialogue and unity across borders. It was a quiet act of rebellion, but it marked him forever as an outsider. After the war, Europe was fractured and resentful. Nations were rebuilding, economies were collapsing, and resentment was festering in every corner. Einstein's voice, advocating for peace, cooperation, and disarmament, was precisely the kind of message many didn't want to hear. Politicians viewed him as naive, while nationalists saw him as a threat to patriotism. Yet Einstein refused to conform. "I am not only a pacifist," he declared, "but a militant pacifist. I am willing to fight for peace." It was an ironic choice of words from a man who despised violence, but it revealed the depth of his conviction. Behind the public image of the absent-minded genius was a man who wrestled deeply with moral questions. Einstein's pacifism wasn't born from idealism, it came from reason. He saw violence not as strength, but as stupidity, a failure of imagination. Science, to him, was proof that the universe could be understood through cooperation, not domination. "Peace cannot be kept by force," he said. "It can only be achieved by understanding." It was this philosophy that made him a global moral voice, and also, paradoxically, the very reason he would never receive the Nobel Peace Prize. The Nobel Committee, particularly in the early 20th century, valued diplomacy, not dissent. They preferred statesmen and negotiators, people who worked within systems of power, not those who questioned them. Einstein didn't negotiate with systems, he challenged them. He spoke out against militarism, capitalism, racism, and nationalism, all the forces that shaped 20th century politics. His peace wasn't political peace. It was existential peace. He didn't want balance between nations. He wanted a fundamental change in how humans related to one another. That kind of thinking wasn't just bold. It was revolutionary. In 1921, when Einstein traveled to the United States for the first time, his fame reached almost mythic proportions. He was greeted like a rock star, his lectures attended by packed audiences who barely understood his theories but were captivated by his presence. Newspapers described him as a prophet of the modern age. Yet as he gazed upon the energy of New York, he saw more than progress. He saw inequality, materialism, and racial injustice. America was obsessed with speed and success, but Einstein's heart remained with compassion. He soon began supporting civil rights movements, corresponding with W.E.B. Du Bois and later Paul Robeson, calling racism a disease of white people. His pacifism extended beyond war. It was about empathy, justice, and equality. Einstein believed that real peace could only exist when all people were treated with dignity, but such ideas made him both admired and feared. He didn't belong to any political camp, and that made him unpredictable. In Germany, meanwhile, his fame became both armor and target. Nationalists accused him of being a Jewish propagandist. Pamphlets circulated calling for his death. When the Nazi Party began its rise in the early 1930s, Einstein saw the writing on the wall. He renounced his German citizenship and moved to America, settling in Princeton, New Jersey, where he would spend the rest of his life. There he joined the Institute for Advanced Study, continuing his work on a unified field theory, his lifelong dream to find a single equation that could explain the forces of the universe. But even in exile, He could not escape the weight of history. When Hitler's armies began sweeping across Europe, Einstein's theories, once denounced as Jewish science, were being used to develop weapons of unimaginable power. The ultimate irony was painful. His discovery that energy and mass were interchangeable, E equals mc squared, became the theoretical foundation for the atomic bomb. Though Einstein never worked on the bomb directly, his 1939 letter to President Franklin D. Roosevelt, co-signed with physicist Leo Szilard, warned that Nazi Germany might develop such a weapon first. That letter spurred the Manhattan Project, leading to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Einstein was devastated. He called his involvement the one great mistake of my life. From that point onward, he dedicated himself entirely to peace. He spoke out against nuclear weapons, called for international governance, and urged scientists to take moral responsibility for their discoveries. He knew that the same intellect that could unlock the mysteries of the stars could also destroy the planet. His speeches were no longer about relativity, they were about morality. And yet, the Nobel Committee remained silent. Year after year, Einstein's name appeared in conversations among peace advocates, but never in official nominations. The committee preferred those whose work produced measurable political results, treaties, organizations, or ceasefires. Einstein's peace was intangible, philosophical, and deeply personal. It didn't fit their template. To many, this was a tragic oversight. But to Einstein, it was irrelevant. He had never sought approval from institutions. "The value of a man," he once said, "should be seen in what he gives and not in what he is able to receive." For him, peace was not an award. It was a way of living, a quiet defiance in a noisy world. In the end, Einstein's greatest contribution was not a theory or an equation. It was a reminder that knowledge without compassion is hollow. His life was a paradox, a scientist who explained the universe but never stopped questioning humanity. And though the Nobel Peace Prize never found its way to his hands, his message outlasted every medal ever minted. That peace, like truth, begins in the mind. By the time the world had begun calling him a genius, Albert Einstein already saw fame for what it really was, a distraction disguised as honor. But one particular kind of recognition still carried a strange weight in the scientific community: the Nobel Prize. For decades, it had stood as the golden seal of intellectual immortality, the final stamp that separated great thinkers from legends. And yet, for Einstein, the story of the Nobel wasn't one of triumph alone. It was a quiet study in irony, a reflection of how human institutions often struggle to measure greatness that doesn't fit inside their definitions. The Nobel Prize, established in 1895 by Swedish inventor Alfred Nobel, was meant to celebrate those who had conferred the greatest benefit to humankind. It was both an honor and a moral gesture. Nobel himself had made his fortune from inventing dynamite, and the prize was his attempt to balance invention with conscience. Each year, laureates in physics, chemistry, medicine, literature, and peace were chosen by specialized committees in Sweden and Norway. But behind the polished ceremonies and golden medals lay something deeply human: politics, prejudice, and fear. Einstein knew this well. Though he never openly admitted it, he understood that the Nobel Committee's choices weren't purely about science or peace. They reflected the temper of their times: cautious, diplomatic, and often conservative. By the early 1920s, his theories had already redefined the universe, but the committee hesitated. Relativity was too abstract, too controversial, too modern. Many scientists didn't even believe it was correct. To award Einstein for rewriting the laws of space and time was to admit that an unknown patent clerk had outshined centuries of established science. The Nobel Committee wasn't ready for that kind of revolution, so when the announcement finally came in 1922 that Einstein had been awarded the 1921 Nobel Prize in Physics, it wasn't for relativity at all. It was for his work on the photoelectric effect, a discovery that showed light could behave both as a wave and a particle. The prize citation mentioned his services to theoretical physics, a vague phrase that almost seemed to avoid the word relativity. It was a compromise between respect and restraint, admiration and anxiety. The committee had found a way to honor Einstein without fully endorsing the most radical parts of his mind. When Einstein received the news, he was thousands of miles away, lecturing in Japan, where he was being treated like a scientific celebrity. The timing felt poetic. As the world cheered him, the Nobel Committee hesitated to fully embrace him. Einstein accepted the award gracefully, but privately, he found the whole thing amusing. "I have no need of the Nobel," he reportedly told friends, "but I am pleased that it has come at last." To him, it was less a personal victory and more an acknowledgement that truth, however delayed, eventually demands recognition. Yet, even as he held the medal, Einstein's relationship with the Nobel Prize and what it represented began to sour. The institution, he realized, celebrated achievement, but not always wisdom. The world admired discovery, but rarely questioned its consequences. The Nobel Prize for Peace, in particular, fascinated him, not because he desired it, but because it revealed a strange paradox. How could a world that rewarded the conquest of nature struggle so deeply with the conquest of itself? Throughout the 1920s, Einstein began to see that moral progress lagged far behind scientific progress. He often said that our technology had advanced faster than our humanity. "We cannot despair of humanity," he wrote, "since we ourselves are human beings." But beneath that hopeful tone, there was resignation. He had spent his life trying to make sense of the universe, yet he was beginning to realize that the greater mystery was not in the stars, it was in us. He started to turn his attention more toward the philosophy of peace. It wasn't a sudden transformation, but a slow evolution, shaped by loss, disillusionment, and reflection. He had seen the devastation of World War I, the rise of extremist ideologies, and the growing weaponization of science. Nations had learned to harness the atom, but not their own rage. To Einstein, the Nobel Peace Prize was not a trophy, but a symbol, an attempt to reward conscience in a world obsessed with conquest. But conscience, as he knew, could be dangerous. Einstein's pacifism was absolute, and in the tense atmosphere of the interwar years, it bordered on heresy. When other scientists collaborated with governments to rebuild military power, he stood apart, calling for complete disarmament. "The armament industry," he said, "is the real murderer of humanity." Such statements made him an outlier among his peers and an irritant to political leaders. Meanwhile, the Nobel Committee, headquartered in Stockholm and Oslo, remained cautious. The Peace Prize, perhaps more than any other, was a mirror of world politics. Every decision carried diplomatic consequences. During the 1920s and 1930s, the committee tended to favor political figures who represented stability, negotiators, diplomats, and organizations that fit the image of controlled respectability. Einstein's outspoken moralism didn't fit that mold. He wasn't a diplomat, he was a dreamer, and dreamers made people nervous. Despite his growing influence as a peace advocate, Einstein never publicly sought the Peace Prize. In fact, he often dismissed awards altogether, calling them artificial attempts to measure the immeasurable. But privately, friends and colleagues nominated him several times, citing his tireless campaigns against militarism and nationalism. Those nominations quietly faded into the background. The Nobel Committee never formally considered him. Part of the hesitation stemmed from politics, but another part came from philosophy. The committee saw peace as a product of action, treaties, negotiations, policy changes. Einstein saw it as a product of understanding. He believed that lasting peace could not be legislated. It had to be imagined. That idea was too intangible, too idealistic, and too uncomfortable for an institution rooted in visible results. And yet, history would later prove Einstein right. Treaties can fail. Diplomats can be forgotten. But ideas, the kind that awaken human consciousness, have a permanence that no medal can match. Einstein's words, his warnings, and his quiet defiance have outlived nearly every Peace Prize ever awarded. As he grew older, he began to treat fame and awards with humor. When reporters asked him about his Nobel medal, he laughed and said he had given the money to his ex-wife Mileva Maric as part of their divorce agreement, a gesture both practical and symbolic. He didn't need gold, he had gravity. But the Nobel Peace Prize remained an unspoken ghost in his story, a recognition he never sought but somehow deserved. And as the world marched toward another devastating war, Einstein's pacifism would be tested like never before. As the 1930s dawned, the optimism of the post-war years gave way to a darker horizon. The world that Albert Einstein had once believed could be enlightened by reason was slipping back into fear, nationalism, and violence. In the midst of this tension, Einstein's growing reputation as both a scientist and a humanitarian became a double-edged sword. His name was respected, even revered, yet his voice, critical, defiant, and uncompromising, made him a lightning rod for controversy. Einstein's pacifism was no longer theoretical. It was personal, moral, and public. He wrote open letters calling for total disarmament, spoke at peace conferences, and denounced the arms race that was slowly creeping back into Europe. War, he said, is a disease, the worst of all diseases. To him, it wasn't enough to study the cosmos. Humanity needed to study itself. He believed that the same intelligence that revealed the secrets of light and gravity could be used to eliminate hatred, fear, and greed. But the world was not listening. Einstein's ideas were simple in principle, but radical in implication. He argued that national borders were illusions, artificial lines drawn by history's accidents. Nationalism is an infantile disease, he declared. It is the measles of mankind. In the politically charged 1930s, such words sounded almost treasonous. Across Europe, fascist movements were rising, and governments viewed pacifists as either dreamers or threats. Einstein's lectures, once celebrated as triumphs of intellect, began attracting angry protests. He received death threats, and his mail overflowed with venom. The same newspapers that once praised his genius now called him a traitor to the fatherland. When Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein made a fateful decision. He renounced his German citizenship and fled to America, never to return. "As long as I have any choice," he wrote, "I will stay only in a country where political liberty, tolerance, and equality of all citizens before the law are the rule." In leaving Germany, he wasn't just escaping persecution, he was escaping the very culture of militarism that he had warned the world about for years. In the United States, Einstein took up residence at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, New Jersey. There, he found peace in his work and purpose in his activism. He supported refugees fleeing Nazi oppression, donated to humanitarian causes, and became a visible figure in the growing international peace movement. Yet even across the ocean, the shadow of war followed him. Europe was burning again, and the rest of the world would soon be pulled into its flames. It was during these years that Einstein's relationship with the idea of the Nobel Peace Prize became more symbolic than literal. He had long understood that he would never receive it, not because his advocacy lacked impact, but because his beliefs frightened those in power. The Nobel Committee had always been cautious, favoring diplomats, mediators, and politicians who worked within the established order. Einstein was none of those things. His peace was not political, it was revolutionary. He wasn't negotiating treaties, he was questioning the foundations of power itself. The 1930s were a decade of moral confusion, and Einstein stood at its center. He spoke against tyranny and hatred, yet his own discoveries, especially E equals mc squared, had become the foundation for a new kind of weapon. In 1939, at the urging of fellow physicists like Leo Szilard, Einstein signed a letter to President Franklin D. Roosevelt, warning that Nazi Germany might be developing an atomic bomb. That letter led directly to the Manhattan Project, the secret US effort to build the bomb first. It was a paradox that haunted him for the rest of his life. The man who had devoted himself to peace had, unintentionally, contributed to the creation of the deadliest weapon ever made. After the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Einstein was shattered. "I made one great mistake in my life," he confessed, "when I signed the letter to President Roosevelt recommending that atom bombs be made." The Nobel Peace Prize by then was meaningless to him. The only prize worth having, a peaceful world, felt further away than ever. Still, he refused to give up. In the final decades of his life, Einstein used his fame to amplify a message that governments didn't want to hear, that survival depended on cooperation, not competition. He advocated for a world government, believing that only a unified system could prevent future wars. "As long as there are sovereign nations possessing great power," he wrote, "war is inevitable." It was an unpopular opinion, especially in Cold War America, where any talk of global unity sounded suspiciously like socialism. Yet Einstein persisted, his voice calm but urgent. Even as he aged, his words carried immense influence. He became an honorary member of countless peace organizations and served as a figurehead for movements that sought nuclear disarmament. His essays and speeches echoed across the world, inspiring generations of scientists, activists, and thinkers. But the Nobel Committee remained silent. To them, peace had to be measurable, political, and non-threatening. Einstein's peace, rooted in moral revolution, was too vast to categorize. In his final years, Einstein reflected often on the limits of recognition. Awards, he said, were symbols of human vanity. He didn't despise them, he simply saw through them. His real measure of success was not medals or applause, but clarity. "Try not to become a man of success," he once advised, "but rather a man of value." It was a quiet reminder that the worth of a person, or a generation, could not be weighed in gold. When Einstein died in 1955, his desk was still cluttered with unfinished equations, his mind still chasing unity, not just in physics, but in humanity. The Nobel Peace Prize never came, but perhaps that was fitting. His legacy wasn't built on official recognition. It was built on questions that challenged not only how we see the universe, but how we treat one another. Today, his absence from the Nobel Peace Prize list feels less like an omission and more like a testament. It reminds us that institutions, however honorable, often struggle to honor the truly radical thinkers, those who dare to see peace not as an agreement between nations, but as a transformation of the human spirit. Einstein once said, "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything." Maybe that was his real Peace Prize, a warning, a challenge, and a hope, all rolled into one timeless truth. In 1922, when Albert Einstein received word that he had been awarded the 1921 Nobel Prize in Physics, the world celebrated what seemed like a long overdue victory for modern science. The announcement arrived late. The committee had postponed the 1921 decision for a full year, unable to agree on a recipient. In the end, they selected Einstein, but not for the reason everyone expected. They didn't cite relativity, the groundbreaking theory that had changed humanity's understanding of time and space. Instead, they honored his work on the photoelectric effect, a quieter but experimentally verifiable study of how light interacts with matter. It was a cautious choice, and a revealing one. The Nobel Committee, renowned for its prestige, was also known for its conservatism. Relativity, despite its profound beauty, still unsettled many scientists. It redefined gravity, questioned Newton's sacred laws, and implied that time and space were not constants but elastic dimensions intertwined by energy. To the committee, these were ideas bordering on philosophy rather than physics. And so they did what committees often do when faced with genius they cannot fully grasp. They chose safety over vision. Einstein's reaction was characteristically understated. He was in Japan, delivering lectures to overflowing halls when the news reached him. The crowds treated him like a prophet. Reporters followed him through the streets, and school children lined up just to see his smile. When he was handed a telegram confirming the Nobel announcement, he reportedly shrugged, smiled, and went on preparing his next talk. Awards had never been his motivation. Understanding was. Still, the world celebrated him. The Nobel Prize cemented Einstein's name in history. Yet beneath the applause, there was irony. The man who reimagined the universe had been recognized for a lesser, though still brilliant, discovery. The theory that made him immortal, relativity, was too revolutionary for its time. The Nobel Committee had honored Einstein the scientist, but ignored Einstein the visionary. This irony would echo throughout his life. Even as the medal glittered in his possession, Einstein began to sense the limitations of institutional recognition. He believed that the Nobel Committee's hesitation reflected something deeper, a fear of disruption. Humanity, he thought, loved progress in theory, but feared it in practice. "Great spirits," he once wrote, "have always encountered violent opposition from mediocre minds." But the Nobel's reluctance was not just about science. It was also about Einstein himself. By the early 1920s, Einstein was already more than a scientist. He was a symbol, and symbols can be dangerous. His pacifism, his criticism of nationalism, and his Jewish identity made him a polarizing figure in Europe. He spoke openly about the dangers of militarism, calling for international cooperation in an era still bleeding from the Great War. For some, he was a visionary. For others, a threat. Behind the closed doors of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, members debated whether a man as politically outspoken as Einstein should even receive the award. The Nobel tradition valued neutrality, a kind of moral quietness. Einstein's personality was the opposite. He was brilliant, yes, but he was also outspoken, irreverent, and defiantly human. He questioned authority, including that of the very institutions that now sought to honor him. To his critics, this made him unpredictable. To his admirers, it made him authentic. Einstein's genius wasn't only intellectual, it was moral. He had the rare courage to think freely, not just about physics, but about humanity. He believed that the pursuit of truth had to extend beyond the laboratory and into the realm of ethics. The world, he said, is a dangerous place, not because of those who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing. Yet institutions like the Nobel Committee weren't built to reward moral rebellion. They preferred order, tradition, and safety. They rewarded what could be measured, not what could inspire. And so, while Einstein's discoveries reshaped science, his moral vision remained unacknowledged. What made the situation more complex was that Einstein's work itself blurred the line between the measurable and the philosophical. Relativity didn't just describe equations, it described reality. It questioned absolutes, the very idea that time or space could be fixed. It introduced uncertainty into a universe once thought stable. For many, it was unsettling to realize that everything, even existence, was relative. Ironically, Einstein's personal philosophy was anything but relative. When it came to morality, he believed in absolutes. Truth was non-negotiable. Peace was non-optional. He believed that every scientific breakthrough carried a moral obligation, that intelligence without compassion was dangerous. Concern for man himself and his fate, he said, must always form the chief interest of all technical endeavors. This was not the kind of statement that sat well with bureaucrats and politicians. The same establishment that applauded his theories often dismissed his ethics. The Nobel Prize he received in 1922 recognized his mind, but it refused to acknowledge his conscience. Over the next decades, Einstein would come to symbolize a kind of paradox. The celebrated scientist who was never fully understood by the world that honored him. He was praised for reshaping the universe, yet ignored when he tried to reshape humanity. And as the 20th century darkened with war and ideology, his warnings grew louder, his faith in human reason thinner. The Nobel Peace Prize, meanwhile, continued to pass him by. Each year, the committee selected politicians, diplomats, and activists who had negotiated treaties or halted conflicts, temporary solutions to permanent human problems. Einstein, who saw peace as something deeper than treaties, was never on their shortlist. His voice was too philosophical, too idealistic, too uncompromising for the pragmatic minds of Oslo. But Einstein wasn't bitter. If anything, he found the irony amusing. When asked about awards late in life, he smiled and said, "It is not the medal that honors the man, it is the man who honors the medal." To him, the pursuit of truth was reward enough. He believed that time would be a better judge than any committee, and in that sense, he was right. More than a century later, relativity has become the foundation of modern physics. The photoelectric effect, the safer discovery for which he was honored, became the basis of modern solar energy and quantum mechanics. The Nobel Committee had, in its caution, still crowned a giant. But history, not Stockholm, would decide the true measure of his genius. And yet, the story of that single medal, gleaming, restrained, and slightly misplaced, would come to mirror Einstein's life itself. Brilliant, celebrated, misunderstood, and forever reaching for something beyond recognition. Because for Albert Einstein, truth was never about being honored. It was about being useful. The Nobel Committee's recognition of Albert Einstein's photoelectric effect was, in truth, an act of compromise. A safe nod to his genius without embracing the revolution his theories had unleashed. But for Einstein, that medal became a quiet symbol of something far larger: humanity's hesitation to accept ideas that challenge its comfort. It wasn't that the Nobel Committee failed to understand physics. It was that they struggled to understand the kind of mind Einstein represented, one that refused to separate discovery from morality. To Einstein, science and ethics were never distinct. He saw both as expressions of the same instinct, the human drive to make sense of existence. Where most scientists drew lines between their laboratories and the world outside, Einstein erased them. "Our task," he once said, "must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures." The deeper he peered into the mechanics of the universe, the more convinced he became that intellect without empathy was hollow. But the Nobel establishment, and indeed much of the world, wasn't built for men like that. The early 20th century was an age that worshipped invention but distrusted idealism. The Nobel Peace Prize, awarded in Norway rather than Sweden, operated in a delicate political balance. The committee members, mostly conservative and cautious, were less interested in moral visionaries than in diplomats who could sign documents and end wars. They sought practical results, not philosophical truths. Einstein's peace wasn't something they could quantify. He didn't broker treaties. He questioned the very logic of nations that required them. And that made him dangerous, not to science but to power. Einstein had always been vocal about his contempt for blind patriotism. He viewed nationalism as a relic of tribal thinking, incompatible with an interconnected world. "The whole of our conduct toward other people," he wrote, "should be guided by one simple principle: to avoid doing them harm." It was a moral stance rooted not in religion, but in reason. Yet, to politicians and military leaders of his era, his words bordered on heresy. When the Nobel Committee gathered each year to deliberate its Peace Prize selections, Einstein's name was rarely even whispered. The committee preferred individuals who fit the mold: statesmen, humanitarian organizers, or social reformers whose efforts could be easily measured. Einstein's pacifism was abstract, though no less sincere. His advocacy came through letters, speeches, and essays that challenged the conscience of nations. But it was the kind of peace that demanded introspection, not applause. This tension between recognition and philosophy mirrored the contradictions in Einstein's own life. The Nobel Prize he received in 1922 brought him financial stability, but he quickly gave away the monetary reward, every last krona, to his ex-wife Mileva Maric as part of their divorce settlement. It was both a practical decision and a symbol of his indifference to wealth and prestige. For him, value could not be contained in gold. "A calm and modest life," he once said, "brings more happiness than the pursuit of success combined with constant restlessness." While Einstein was publicly celebrated as the father of modern physics, privately he was evolving into something else, a philosopher of peace. His fame gave him access to kings, presidents, and professors, yet he used that influence not to glorify science, but to urge responsibility. He warned that the same curiosity that drove human progress could also become its undoing if untempered by compassion. "It has become appallingly obvious," he lamented, "that our technology has exceeded our humanity." His concern was not misplaced. The interwar years saw scientific discovery accelerate faster than moral understanding. Nations raced to build weapons, to industrialize warfare, and to exploit knowledge for dominance rather than harmony. Einstein watched in despair as laboratories became extensions of national ambition. Science, which he viewed as a universal pursuit, was being weaponized by ideology. It was during this period that Einstein's moral writings began to take shape. Essays such as Why War, written in 1932 in correspondence with Sigmund Freud, where the two thinkers explored the psychological roots of violence. Einstein's conclusion was chillingly simple. Humans were capable of peace, but only if they learned to redirect their aggression toward creative ends. He didn't just want an end to war, he wanted an evolution of thought. Yet that kind of peace was invisible to committees and governments. It couldn't be photographed or signed into law. The Nobel Peace Prize, meanwhile, continued to orbit the world of diplomats and reformers. It went to men who negotiated truces, to women who led movements, to organizations that delivered food and medicine to the poor. These were noble efforts, and Einstein respected them deeply. But he also saw the irony. The Nobel Committee was rewarding symptoms, not causes, healing wounds rather than preventing them. Einstein was interested in the root infection, humanity's capacity for self-deception, pride, and cruelty. And perhaps that was why he never received the Peace Prize. His vision of peace required a transformation that institutions weren't ready to face. To honor him would have been to admit that real peace doesn't begin with politics. It begins with consciousness. Still, Einstein's influence extended far beyond medals. In the years following his Nobel win, his lectures attracted massive audiences. But while his equations had once drawn curiosity, his words about compassion began drawing admiration. "Only a life lived for others," he told a crowd in New York, "is a life worthwhile." People came expecting to hear about physics. They left thinking about humanity. Einstein's refusal to separate science from morality wasn't just a philosophical position, it was a warning. He saw that knowledge without empathy was the path to destruction. When asked about the future, he often said he didn't fear technology itself, but the man who uses it. This fear would come to life in the decades that followed, when his theories indirectly fueled the creation of the atomic bomb. Ironically, his Nobel Prize for the photoelectric effect, an exploration of light, foreshadowed both illumination and destruction. That same discovery became foundational to quantum mechanics, which would later enable technologies like solar power, lasers, and even nuclear research. In a tragic twist, the light Einstein once studied as a symbol of truth became a tool of devastation. By the time he realized how far humanity's ambitions had outpaced its wisdom, it was too late to change the course of history. But it was not too late to speak. And so, Einstein began to dedicate the rest of his life to what the Nobel Committee could never fully understand, the fight not for recognition, but for redemption. His name would forever be linked to science. But to those who listened closely, his greatest discoveries weren't just in equations. They were in empathy, humility, and the courage to question the comfortable illusions that nations and institutions hide behind. And though he never held the Nobel Peace Prize, perhaps that was fitting. For in a world that measures peace by medals and treaties, Einstein's message remains the quiet truth that the Nobel Committee could never inscribe on any plaque. Peace is not a prize, it's a practice. By the mid-1920s, Albert Einstein's transformation from scientist to philosopher was no longer subtle. It was undeniable. The man who had once spoken of light and relativity now spoke of love, compassion, and the moral destiny of humankind. To the public, it seemed as though the greatest mind in physics had turned his gaze from the stars to the soul. But to Einstein, this was no departure from science. It was its inevitable continuation. For him, the search for truth was not confined to formulas or telescopes. It extended into the human condition itself. "Science without religion is lame," he famously said. "Religion without science is blind." To some, this sounded paradoxical. How could the world's most famous scientist, a man of logic, speak so reverently about faith? But Einstein's religion was not the worship of dogma. It was the reverence for truth, beauty, and the mysterious harmony that bound the universe together. He once described his worldview as cosmic religious feeling, a quiet awe at the rational structure of nature. That same awe, he believed, should guide human ethics. If the universe could find balance between chaos and order, why couldn't humanity do the same? It was this moral bridge between science and spirituality that began to define Einstein's later work. The horrors of World War I had left deep scars across Europe. Nations that had once shared a continent now regarded each other with suspicion and bitterness. Scientists, too, had become instruments of destruction, building better weapons instead of better futures. Einstein refused to be one of them. "I will not kill under any circumstances," he declared. "I would rather be torn to pieces than take part in such an abominable business." These were not just words, they were acts of rebellion. He joined the German League of Human Rights and aligned himself with the International Committee on Intellectual Cooperation, an early attempt by the League of Nations to foster dialogue among scholars and artists worldwide. He signed pacifist manifestos, gave lectures against nationalism, and used his growing fame to promote unity. "Peace cannot be kept by force," he reminded his audiences. "It can only be achieved by understanding." But while Einstein's moral clarity inspired millions, it also provoked many. In Germany, his pacifism was seen as weakness, even treachery. Newspapers began printing caricatures, portraying him as an unpatriotic dreamer. Political leaders dismissed him as naive. He was accused of undermining the German spirit at a time when national pride was being rebuilt through resentment and militarization. The same voice that called for peace was now being drowned out by the drums of a rising authoritarian movement. Yet Einstein refused to silence himself. "The most incomprehensible thing about the world," he said, "is that it is comprehensible." That statement, while seemingly scientific, carried a hidden moral truth. If humanity could understand the laws of the cosmos, it could also understand the laws of compassion. The same intellect that revealed relativity could be used to foster empathy. In private letters, Einstein often confessed that the suffering of the world haunted him more than the mysteries of physics ever did. He corresponded with thinkers like Mahatma Gandhi, whose nonviolent resistance inspired him deeply. "I believe that Gandhi's views were the most enlightened of all political men of our time," Einstein wrote. "We should strive to do things in his spirit, not to use violence in fighting for our cause, but by non-participation in anything you believe is evil." This admiration was mutual. Gandhi once said that Einstein represented that rare mixture of scientist and saint. The two men never met in person, but their letters became a conversation across continents, a dialogue between intellect and morality, between the pursuit of truth and the pursuit of peace. Einstein's advocacy extended beyond philosophy. He spoke out against colonialism, racism, and economic inequality. He viewed these injustices as extensions of the same sickness, humanity's obsession with domination. In speeches across Europe, he warned that peace could never be achieved by political treaties alone. It required a transformation of human thought. "The real problem," he said, "is not to find new scientific discoveries, but to escape from the old moral patterns that lead to war." Yet not everyone was ready to hear such ideas from a physicist. Some colleagues urged him to stay in his lane, to remain a scientist and avoid politics. But Einstein dismissed this boundary as artificial. "My political ideal," he wrote, "is democracy. Let every man be respected as an individual and no man idolized." He saw no contradiction between science and social responsibility. To him, moral neutrality was the same as moral failure. By the late 1920s, Einstein's home had become a gathering place for intellectuals, refugees, and activists. He met with pacifists, artists, and scientists who shared his belief that peace was not a dream, but a duty. Yet even in these gatherings, he often seemed distant, not aloof, but contemplative. Friends described him as a man living in two worlds, one governed by physics, the other by conscience. He once told a friend, "I sometimes ask myself how it came about that I was the one to develop the theory of relativity. The reason, I think, is that a normal adult never stops to think about problems of space and time. These are things which he has thought of as a child. But my intellectual development was retarded, as a result of which I began to wonder about space and time only when I had grown up." That same childlike wonder, applied to morality, became the heart of his peace philosophy. While others sought solutions through politics, Einstein sought them through perception. He believed that peace required a new way of seeing, not as citizens of nations, but as members of a single species. "A human being," he wrote, "is a part of the whole called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings, as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. This delusion is a prison for us." It was this belief, that separateness was an illusion, that made Einstein's pacifism so profound. To him, violence wasn't just immoral, it was irrational. It violated the very laws of unity that governed existence. If energy and matter were interchangeable, if space and time were connected, then so too were people. War, in his view, was the ultimate failure of imagination, a refusal to see oneself in the other. But such radical empathy had little place in the politics of his age. As Einstein's message spread, so did resistance. The seeds of fascism were already sprouting in Europe. The very ideals Einstein stood for, reason, freedom, and compassion, were being twisted by propaganda into signs of weakness. The world, once mesmerized by his brilliance, was beginning to turn on him. Still, Einstein remained defiant. "The important thing," he said, "is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing." For him, peace was the ultimate question, one humanity could not afford to stop asking. And though the Nobel Committee continued to look elsewhere, Einstein's work as a philosopher of peace was already reshaping thought far beyond physics. His voice, soft, deliberate, and unwavering, had become the conscience of a world too afraid of its own reflection. As the 1930s crept closer, Europe was no longer a continent of recovery. It was a continent of resentment. The Great War had left behind wounds that no treaty could heal. Economic depression, political chaos, and humiliation festered in the hearts of millions. And in this tense atmosphere, a soft-spoken physicist who preached peace became a convenient scapegoat. Albert Einstein, now one of the most recognizable figures on Earth, was both admired and despised, the embodiment of intellect to some and of betrayal to others. In the newspapers of right-wing Germany, Einstein was not the genius who illuminated the universe, but a dangerous Jewish propagandist. His pacifism was branded as weakness, his humanism as subversion. To the nationalists, his call for unity among nations was nothing short of treason. Posters defaced his image. His lectures were interrupted by protesters shouting insults. Even some of his fellow scientists, Men he once shared coffee and equations with distanced themselves out of fear. But Einstein never wavered. He had spent his life studying the laws of the cosmos. He knew that chaos, no matter how violent, could never destroy the truth. He had always believed that morality was the highest form of logic. Force always attracts men of low morality, he said, warning that a society addicted to power would eventually destroy itself. His words were prophetic. The shadows of fascism were spreading across Europe, and the world seemed to be moving in the exact opposite direction of everything he had stood for. But even as his homeland grew hostile, Einstein's voice reached farther. His writings were being translated into dozens of languages. Students from Asia to South America quoted his speeches on pacifism. In an age when violence was becoming the language of politics, Einstein's words became the whisper of conscience. He did not only speak against war, he lived his peace. Einstein refused to participate in military parades or ceremonies that glorified armies. When asked to contribute to Germany's defense science programs, he refused, saying that science should never serve destruction. His defiance cost him friends, positions, and safety. Yet, in a strange way, he found freedom in that isolation. The pursuit of truth and beauty, he wrote, is a sphere of activity in which we are permitted to remain children all our lives. His home in Berlin became a refuge for intellectuals, artists, and political dissidents. Many who feared persecution found comfort in his presence. To them, Einstein was more than a scientist. He was a symbol of resistance through reason, a man who fought hatred with humility and ignorance with insight. When Mahatma Gandhi's movement for non-violent independence began to inspire the world, Einstein wrote him a letter filled with admiration. "You have shown through your works that it is possible to succeed without violence and even without hatred," Gandhi replied, calling Einstein a great friend of peace. Though they never met, they were kindred spirits, two men who sought revolution not with armies, but with the human heart. But even Gandhi's message could not stop the gathering storm. As Adolf Hitler rose to power in 1933, Einstein saw that the country of his birth was losing its soul. Nazi propaganda painted him as a traitor, a corrupt Jewish intellectual, whose theories defied Aryan physics. The regime burned his books in public squares. The German government raided his property, seized his finances, and declared him an enemy of the state. One newspaper headline even read, "Not yet hanged, Albert Einstein, the traitor." By then, Einstein had already made his decision. He left Germany, never to return. "I shall live only in a country where political liberty, tolerance, and equality of all citizens before the law are the rule," he wrote. He renounced his citizenship, sailing for the United States, not as a hero, but as an exile. When asked if he was angry at the betrayal, he smiled faintly and said, "I have no special talent. I am only passionately curious," but those who knew him understood that his heartbreak ran deep. In America, he found both sanctuary and irony. The land that offered him refuge was also racing toward the industrialization of war. While politicians praised his genius, military scientists quietly began exploring how his discoveries might be used to develop new weapons. It was as though his equations, once symbols of cosmic beauty, were being turned into blueprints for destruction. Einstein's name became associated not just with relativity, but with the atomic age it would soon make possible. He was painfully aware of this contradiction. "The unleashed power of the atom has changed everything," he would later say, "except our way of thinking." In that sentence lay the entire tragedy of modern civilization. Humanity had reached the stars intellectually, but remained primitive morally. For Einstein, peace was no longer just a cause. It was an emergency. He began devoting more time to writing essays and open letters that challenged scientists to embrace moral responsibility. "The scientist," he wrote, "is not a person who gives the right answers. He is one who asks the right questions." To him, the greatest question was not "can we?" but "should we?" His voice gained global resonance. Newspapers printed his speeches under headlines like "Einstein pleads for sanity" and "The great mind speaks for peace." But even as admirers quoted his wisdom, the machinery of war kept grinding forward. Einstein had learned that the pursuit of peace was a lonely path, and that those who walked it were often misunderstood. The Nobel Committee, too, kept its distance. While Einstein's reputation as a humanitarian grew, the committee's silence became deafening. Each year, it chose safer candidates, politicians and negotiators who had achieved measurable peace outcomes. Einstein's peace, however, could not be measured. It was philosophical, internal, transformative. The committee, cautious by nature, preferred results over reflection. And so, as Europe slipped into darkness, Einstein became the world's quiet prophet, a man whose warnings were written not in anger, but in sorrow. "It is not enough to stand aside and shake our heads," he wrote. "We must act." His plea was simple but urgent, that humanity must learn to think differently, or perish under the weight of its own intelligence. In time, history would prove him right. But in that moment, on the eve of war, Einstein stood alone. The Nobel Peace Prize, gleaming in its moral authority, remained beyond his reach. Yet in every sense that mattered, he had already earned it. For while others built weapons, Einstein built conscience. While others sought victory, he sought understanding. And though he never held the Peace Prize in his hands, the ideals he championed, compassion, responsibility, and truth, would one day outshine every medal ever struck in gold. When the first signs of war began to echo once more across Europe, Albert Einstein was no longer a citizen of any nation. He was a citizen of conscience. In 1933, he had escaped a Germany that had turned on its own thinkers, its own artists, its own truth. He had left behind not just his house and his possessions, but a part of himself, the quiet belief that reason could prevail over hate. By the late 1930s, that belief was dying, replaced by something heavier, the recognition that humanity was preparing to burn itself again. Einstein, from his modest home in Princeton, watched the unraveling with grief that felt almost physical. He read the headlines every morning: Austria annexed, Poland invaded, France collapsing. His friends in Europe wrote him desperate letters. Some begged for help to escape, others vanished without explanation. He tried to assist where he could, raising money to help Jewish refugees flee the continent. But for every life saved, hundreds more were lost. The world was becoming a laboratory of suffering, and the scientist of light was forced to watch from the dark. For decades, Einstein had preached pacifism. He had declared that violence solved nothing, that every bullet fired was a confession of moral failure. But the rise of Adolf Hitler tested that philosophy more than any theory of relativity ever could. Evil, in its most organized form, was now marching under banners and anthems. Germany, the country that had given him education and inspiration, was now a machine for extermination. His words, his ideals, even his books, all were banned or burned. The photographs of Nazi soldiers tossing his works into bonfires were among the most painful things he ever saw. "It is strange," he wrote, "to be remembered by those who hate you." Einstein's Jewish heritage, once irrelevant to his identity as a scientist, now became the defining reason for his exile. Hitler's regime had erased his name from every academic institution, labeling his work as degenerate Jewish physics. The irony was cruel. The man who had helped uncover the structure of the cosmos was now cast as an enemy of civilization. His peaceful vision, his globalism, his belief in the unity of humankind, all of it stood in direct opposition to fascism's ideology of division. As the bombs began to fall, Einstein was confronted with the hardest question of his life. Was peace still possible when faced with such monstrous hatred? Could one remain a pacifist in the face of genocide? For years he had answered yes. But now, watching Europe burn, he began to reconsider. "I am not only a pacifist," he had once said, "but a militant pacifist." Now, for the first time, even that conviction wavered. In 1939, two fellow physicists, Leo Szilard and Eugene Wigner, visited Einstein at his home. They came with a warning. Nazi Germany, they said, was experimenting with uranium. If their scientists succeeded, they could build a weapon powerful enough to annihilate entire cities. Einstein listened in silence, his pipe resting on the table. He understood immediately. His own equation, E equals mc squared, had made the idea of such a weapon theoretically possible. Energy and mass were interchangeable, and if enough mass could be split, the released energy could be catastrophic. For hours, the three men debated what to do. Einstein's pacifism told him to stay silent, but his conscience, that same conscience that had guided him all his life, whispered otherwise. If he did nothing, and Hitler gained such power, the consequences would be unthinkable. And so, reluctantly, Einstein lent his name to a letter written to President Franklin D. Roosevelt. The letter warned of the potential for atomic energy to be weaponized, urging the US government to begin its own research. That letter became the spark that ignited the Manhattan Project. It was the most agonizing decision of Einstein's life. He had spent decades arguing that peace could not be built on fear, yet now he had contributed to a project rooted in precisely that. The burden weighed heavily on him. "Had I known that the Germans would not succeed in producing an atomic bomb," he later said, "I would never have lifted a finger." But in that moment, faced with the possibility of a Nazi-controlled world, even a man of peace saw no other choice. The world would later remember Einstein as the father of the atomic age, though he never worked directly on the bomb. The title haunted him. He saw the irony too clearly. The same discovery that revealed the elegance of the universe had given birth to its most devastating weapon. In his lectures after the war, his voice often trembled when he spoke of it. "The unleashed power of the atom has changed everything," he said, "except our way of thinking." It was both confession and warning, a plea for humanity to evolve before it was too late. During the war years, Einstein did what he could to help those displaced by fascism. He opened his home to refugees, raised funds for the Emergency Committee of Atomic Scientists, and publicly condemned anti-Semitism in all its forms. He used his influence to secure US visas for scholars and their families. Each life saved was a quiet act of redemption, but he never escaped the sense that he had failed his own ideals. Einstein's pacifism had not died, it had transformed. He no longer spoke of peace as an absolute, but as an aspiration that required realism. "Until we have world government," he said, "wars will never cease." He now argued that the only way to prevent future catastrophes was to unite nations under a common moral code, one that transcended politics and power. It was a radical idea, far ahead of its time. As the war ended in 1945, Einstein learned of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The photographs of charred cities and human shadows burned into walls broke him. He wept alone in his study, staring at the same equation that had once filled him with wonder. "I made one great mistake in my life," he told a friend, "when I signed the letter to Roosevelt." That confession, simple and devastating, became his epitaph as a pacifist. Yet even in his guilt, he refused to surrender to despair. Out of tragedy, he found renewed purpose. He became one of the first and loudest advocates for nuclear disarmament, warning the world that it was living on borrowed time. "If we are to survive," he said, "our thinking must change." He knew that the bomb had changed everything, but he believed that human wisdom could still catch up. For the rest of his life, Einstein's speeches carried the same refrain. Peace was not a utopia, but a necessity. He understood now that peace required more than hope. It required courage. The courage to admit mistakes, the courage to forgive, the courage to evolve. And though the Nobel Peace Prize never came, perhaps that was just as well. For what he sought was not recognition but redemption, not for himself, but for humanity. He didn't want a medal, he wanted a miracle. In the end, the man who once measured the speed of light found himself measuring something even more elusive, the speed of human conscience. And in that measure, he saw both tragedy and possibility. The world was on fire, yes, but even in the flames, Einstein still saw light. The bombs fell, the world shifted, and Einstein's heart grew heavier than ever. The man who once viewed the universe as a symphony of elegant laws now saw it as a theater of unimaginable destruction. The year was 1945, and humanity had just crossed a threshold it could never retreat from. The same equation that had earned Einstein admiration now carried the weight of devastation. E equals mc squared, once a symbol of enlightenment, had become the shorthand for annihilation. When the first reports of Hiroshima reached Princeton, Einstein refused to believe them. He thought it was an exaggeration, a grotesque rumor born from war's chaos. But as the photographs came in, the shadows of bodies etched into walls, the melted cityscapes, the silent horror, he understood. His discovery, his gift to the world of science, had become its curse. "Woe is me," he muttered quietly to a friend, "for I am become death's reluctant witness." Einstein was not directly involved in the Manhattan Project, but his letter to President Roosevelt in 1939 had set the chain in motion. His warning, meant to prevent catastrophe, had instead delivered it. "If I had known," he later said, "that the Germans would not succeed in developing an atomic bomb, I would never have lifted a finger." It was a confession that carried the weight of a lifetime. For a man who had dedicated himself to peace, that single decision felt like betrayal, not of others, but of himself. Yet even as guilt consumed him, Einstein refused to retreat into silence. He believed that moral responsibility was not about avoiding mistakes, but confronting them. "The important thing," he told a group of students, "is never to stop questioning." Now those questions turned inward. How had humanity reached this point? Could knowledge coexist with compassion? Could the same mind that split the atom learn to heal it? The post-war world looked to Einstein not only as a scientist, but as a moral compass. Reporters camped outside his home, eager for quotes. Politicians sought his approval. Young people sent him letters asking for hope. His response was gentle but unflinching. "We must learn to think in a new way," he said in a 1946 speech. "The survival of mankind depends on our ability to outgrow our childish tendencies to fight and dominate." He became one of the founding members of the Emergency Committee of Atomic Scientists, an organization dedicated to educating the public about the dangers of nuclear weapons. Alongside other intellectuals, he campaigned for international control of atomic energy, insisting that science must never again serve destruction. He wrote essays, gave lectures, and donated most of his Nobel Prize money to causes that promoted education and peace. "The splitting of the atom has changed everything," he repeated often, "except our way of thinking." His words resonated deeply in the late 1940s, when the world stood on the brink of the Cold War. The United States and the Soviet Union were racing to build bigger, deadlier weapons. Einstein, weary but determined, tried to appeal to reason. "We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them," he said. But his warnings went largely unheeded. The arms race had already begun. In private, Einstein was tormented by the irony of it all. The very science he had loved, the pure, innocent curiosity that had once led him to explore light and time, had become a weapon of fear. Friends noticed his once playful demeanor fading into quiet melancholy. He no longer spoke of equations with the same sparkle in his eyes. Instead, he spoke of humanity's soul. "Our technology is clever," he wrote to a colleague, "but our hearts have not caught up." He began to see his life as a kind of allegory, a warning about the cost of progress without wisdom. "Man invented the atomic bomb," he wrote, "but no mouse would ever construct a mousetrap." His wit remained sharp, but beneath the humor lay sorrow. He knew that intellect alone was not enough to save the world. Only empathy, that invisible force stronger than gravity, could hold civilization together. Einstein's correspondence during those years reveals a man at war with himself. He admired the scientists who sought truth, but feared the governments that exploited it. He admired discovery, but dreaded its consequences. In one letter to Niels Bohr, he confessed, "Our generation has proven that genius can be as dangerous as ignorance." He no longer believed that progress was inevitable. He believed it was conditional, that humanity could only move forward if it learned humility. Yet even in the depths of despair, Einstein never stopped believing in peace. He just redefined it. Peace, he realized, was not the absence of war, but the presence of understanding. It was not a prize to be won, but a practice to be lived. "Peace is not a passive state," he wrote. "It is an active duty." He began to see education as the foundation of that duty. To him, ignorance was the root of cruelty. "The only thing that interferes with my learning," he quipped, "is my education." He wanted schools to teach empathy alongside mathematics, moral courage alongside science. "We cannot build a peaceful world," he told a group of teachers in 1948, "until we educate our children to love peace more than victory." Einstein's activism in the post-war years often made him a target. Some politicians accused him of being too idealistic, too critical of authority. During the rise of McCarthyism, his outspoken stance on civil rights and nuclear disarmament drew suspicion. But Einstein was unmoved. "Unthinking respect for authority," he said, "is the greatest enemy of truth." Even as he aged, his letters remained filled with quiet defiance and hope. He wrote to activists, to students, to ordinary people who felt powerless. To each, he offered the same message, that moral courage is not a grand act, but a daily choice. "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil," he wrote, "but by those who watch them without doing anything." By the time Einstein reached his 70s, his fame had transcended science entirely. To many, he had become the world's conscience, a fragile old man with wild hair and sad eyes, reminding humanity of what it might still become. The Nobel Committee continued its silence. They awarded the Peace Prize to politicians and diplomats, but not to the man who had turned his entire life into a moral warning. Yet Einstein never complained. He often joked that prizes were for the living, but truth belonged to time. When asked near the end of his life whether he regretted never receiving the Nobel Peace Prize, Einstein smiled softly. "The Nobel is fine," he said, "but peace is finer." It was the perfect answer, humble, weary, and utterly human. Because by then, Einstein understood something that no medal could measure, that the true peace he sought could not be awarded. It had to be imagined and lived. By the time the echoes of war faded, Albert Einstein had already become something larger than a scientist. He was a conscience wrapped in human form. To many, he was the man who gave humanity a new way to see the universe. But to those who understood him deeper, Einstein was the man who never stopped asking what humanity planned to do with that vision. His grey hair, rumpled clothes, and gentle smile had become symbols of both brilliance and burden, a reminder that knowledge without wisdom could be as dangerous as ignorance. In the post-war years, Einstein lived modestly in Princeton, New Jersey, far from the laboratories and committees that now dictated the course of science. He declined invitations to lead research institutions or join political movements. His home was small, cluttered with papers and violins. He still walked to work at the Institute for Advanced Study, still greeted children who waited outside for a glimpse of him, and still gave interviews that often drifted from physics into philosophy. "I am not interested in power," he told one reporter. "I am interested in understanding." But understanding was not easy in the late 1940s. The world was rebuilding, cities rising from ashes, nations redrawing borders, economies reborn. Yet beneath that recovery lay fear. The Cold War had begun, dividing the planet into camps armed with weapons Einstein's own discoveries had made possible. Governments justified their arms races as deterrence. Einstein saw it differently. "You cannot simultaneously prevent and prepare for war," he said sharply in a 1947 essay. "The world is drifting toward catastrophe with eyes wide open." He had become, once again, an outsider. To the military establishment, he was a pacifist relic in an era of realpolitik. To idealists, he was a prophet. To ordinary people, he was hope, the rare intellectual who could speak truth without bitterness. His letters poured in from every corner of the world, teachers, refugees, factory workers, all asking the same question: how can peace survive in a world ruled by fear? Einstein's response was always simple. It begins with courage. Not the courage of soldiers, but the courage of thinkers. The courage to refuse conformity. To raise new questions, he wrote, to regard old problems from a new angle, requires creative imagination and marks real advance in science. He believed the same was true of morality. Humanity, he said, needed moral creativity, the ability to imagine coexistence instead of competition. Einstein was particularly vocal about the arms race. He warned that the same nations that had just condemned fascism were now repeating its mistakes, centralizing power, glorifying violence, and silencing dissent. Nationalism, he said, is an infantile disease. It is the measles of mankind. He advocated for a world government, a unified body that could regulate nuclear weapons and ensure global cooperation. It was a radical idea, mocked by many, but Einstein insisted it was the only logical response to an atomic world. At the same time, Einstein's activism expanded beyond global politics into the personal battles of justice. In America, he saw racial segregation and prejudice, and it enraged him. As a Jewish refugee who had fled persecution, he recognized the same patterns of hatred in his new country. He spoke out against discrimination in universities, supported the civil rights movement, and became friends with Paul Robeson, a prominent black singer and activist. Racism, Einstein said, is a disease of white people. I do not intend to be quiet about it. He refused to attend segregated events and invited African American scholars to his home when others would not. The local press didn't always approve. Some accused him of meddling in social issues that had nothing to do with science. But Einstein saw no divide between science and society. If I were to remain silent, he said, I should be guilty of complicity. These stances made him controversial in the eyes of politicians. During the height of McCarthyism, Einstein was openly critical of the US government's obsession with loyalty tests and surveillance. He denounced the persecution of intellectuals accused of un-American activity, calling it a betrayal of democracy. Fear, he said, makes people blind. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, already wary of Einstein's influence, ordered the Bureau to compile a file on him, one that would grow to over 1,400 pages. It labeled him a foreign agent and possible communist sympathizer. Einstein was aware of the surveillance, but he laughed it off. They might as well read my violin notes, he joked to a friend. What truly angered him wasn't that he was being watched, but that free thought itself was being punished. To Einstein, democracy meant the right to dissent, the freedom to question authority without fear. Never do anything against conscience, he said, even if the state demands it. In those years, Einstein's house became a haven for dialogue. Students, activists, artists, and scientists gathered in his living room for tea and long discussions. He listened more than he spoke. When he did speak, it was rarely in grand declarations, just quiet observations that stayed with people for years. We must remember, he told one young activist, that peace is not the opposite of war. It is the opposite of fear. He also began working more closely with pacifist organizations, such as the American Friends Service Committee and the World Federalist Movement. He supported petitions urging nuclear disarmament and wrote open letters to world leaders, urging them to pursue diplomacy. When asked if he still believed in absolute pacifism after World War II, he paused and replied, "I believe in active pacifism." To fight for peace is still to fight, but with mind and heart, not weapons. Einstein's compassion extended to the displaced and forgotten. He spoke on behalf of refugees still languishing in camps across Europe, many of whom had lost everything. He urged governments to adopt more humane immigration policies. A nation, he said, should be judged by how it treats its weakest members. Yet amid all his activism, Einstein never stopped teaching, not just physics, but perspective. In his lectures, he often drew parallels between scientific discovery and human morality. Just as relativity showed that observation depends on perspective, so too did ethics depend on empathy. Reality, he explained, is merely an illusion, albeit a very persistent one. The separateness we feel between ourselves and others is an optical illusion of consciousness. To him, this illusion, the belief that we are isolated individuals rather than parts of a whole, was the root of all conflict. War, racism, greed, all were symptoms of the same misunderstanding. Our task, he told his students, must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion. Einstein's voice, calm and deliberate, carried more power than any speech from a pulpit or parliament. He spoke not as a politician, but as a witness, someone who had seen humanity at its best and worst and still believed in its potential. "The world is a dangerous place," he once said, "not because of those who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing." By the early 1950s, Einstein was not just speaking for peace. He was living it. He refused security guards despite death threats. He turned down government honors. When offered the presidency of Israel in 1952, he declined, saying he lacked the natural aptitude and experience to deal properly with people. What he didn't say was that he had already given the world the only leadership he could offer: moral clarity. And so, the old man with wild hair continued his walks through Princeton, nodding to children, smiling at strangers, and carrying the quiet conviction that the universe, for all its chaos, still leaned toward harmony. Because in his heart, Einstein knew that peace wasn't a dream. It was a discipline, one the world had yet to master. By the early 1950s, Albert Einstein had become a man who carried not only the weight of scientific genius, but also the moral burden of an age defined by fear. The Cold War was tightening its grip. Nuclear stockpiles grew larger, invisible walls of paranoia divided nations, and suspicion became a way of life. In this world of quiet terror, Einstein's soft voice, advocating peace, conscience, and compassion, sounded like both a whisper and a rebellion. To the public, Einstein was a gentle sage. To governments, he was a dangerous idealist. His opposition to the arms race and his support for civil liberties made him a target in an era obsessed with loyalty and control. The FBI, under J. Edgar Hoover, had begun surveilling him relentlessly. His phone lines were tapped, his mail was intercepted, and informants were sent to his lectures. His FBI file grew into one of the thickest ever compiled on a private citizen. Hoover described him as a radical with influence, a man who might use his fame to undermine national authority. Einstein knew about the surveillance. He even joked about it to friends, once saying, "If they are so curious about what I eat for breakfast, I shall gladly send them my menu." But behind the humor, there was sadness. He had fled Europe to escape fascism, only to find in America the faint echoes of that same intolerance cloaked in patriotism. "What frightens me," he wrote, "is not the cruelty of the few, but the indifference of the many." Despite the hostility, Einstein refused to retreat. If anything, he became bolder. He wrote essays denouncing McCarthyism, warning that a society ruled by suspicion was a society already half destroyed. "Blind obedience to authority," he wrote, "is the greatest enemy of truth." His words were published in newspapers and academic journals around the world. They struck a chord with young intellectuals who saw in him a symbol of resistance to fear. Einstein also began receiving letters from people accused of being un-American. Some were professors dismissed from universities for refusing loyalty oaths. Others were writers blacklisted for their political opinions. Einstein answered many of them personally. "Do not be intimidated by your opponents," he advised one teacher. "They are the ones who fear freedom, not you." His words offered comfort, but also quiet defiance. Even as the political climate grew darker, Einstein continued to speak on broader issues of humanity. He campaigned for nuclear disarmament, arguing that no nation should hold the power to destroy the planet. He envisioned a global government, a structure that could transcend nationalism and ensure cooperation between countries. Many mocked the idea as naive. Einstein disagreed. "The splitting of the atom has changed everything," he said again, "except our way of thinking. The solution to this problem lies in the heart of mankind. If only I had known, I would have become a watchmaker." Those who met Einstein during these final years described a man who seemed both weary and serene. He still played his violin daily, still scribbled equations on scraps of paper, and still answered letters from strangers with remarkable care. He had become, in many ways, the world's unofficial counselor, a man to whom millions turned not for formulas, but for faith in human goodness. His activism extended into civil rights. Einstein spoke out forcefully against racial segregation in the United States, calling it America's worst disease. He joined the NAACP and became close friends with Paul Robeson and W.E.B. Du Bois, two towering figures of the movement. When Du Bois was accused of communist ties, Einstein publicly defended him, a rare act of solidarity for someone under government suspicion. The rights of the individual must not yield to the fear of the state, he declared. The press labeled him controversial. Einstein smiled at the word. "If I were to remain silent," he said, "I would be guilty of complicity." His quiet defiance inspired a generation of young activists, scientists, and artists who saw him as proof that intellect and integrity could coexist. As his health began to decline, Einstein turned increasingly inward, but not away. He spent more time reflecting on the philosophical roots of violence. To him, violence was not an instinct but a learned behavior, one society could unlearn. Peace cannot be kept by force, he reminded his listeners. It can only be achieved by understanding. He saw that humanity's greatest flaw was not its intelligence, but its arrogance. "We act," he said, "as if we are the masters of creation, when in truth we are but one small part of it." The irony of modern civilization, he observed, was that it had conquered nature but not itself. It is easier to denature plutonium than to denature the evil spirit of man. Still, Einstein's hope never disappeared completely. He often said that hope was not the belief that everything would be fine, but the belief that humanity could learn from its mistakes. He pointed to the post-war formation of the United Nations as a faint, imperfect beginning. "It is not enough," he said, "but it is a sign that reason still whispers beneath the noise." As he aged into his 70s, Einstein's friends urged him to slow down, to rest. But he refused. "When you stop learning," he said, "you start dying." He continued writing essays on ethics, science, and global unity. One of his final projects was a joint manifesto with philosopher Bertrand Russell, calling on world leaders to avoid nuclear war and to recognize their shared humanity. "Remember your humanity and forget the rest," it read. Einstein signed it just days before his death. In his last years, Einstein remained haunted by one thought, that he had contributed to humanity's ability to destroy itself. Yet even that guilt did not erase his faith in progress. "The world is not dangerous because of those who do harm," he said, "but because of those who look on and do nothing." His life had been an act of refusal, a refusal to look away. On April 17, 1955, Einstein collapsed in his Princeton home. Doctors discovered an aortic aneurysm. They offered surgery, but he declined. "It is tasteless to prolong life artificially," he said. "I have done my share. It is time to go." The next morning, as dawn broke, he whispered in German a few final words, words that were lost to time. Then he was gone. The world mourned not just the passing of a genius, but of a conscience. Newspapers printed his quotes like scripture. Physicists spoke of him as a monument. Activists quoted his speeches at rallies. The Nobel Peace Prize, which had eluded him in life, suddenly seemed small in the face of what he had left behind. For in the end, Einstein's peace was not the kind that could be given. It was the kind that had to be lived. His final note, found on his desk, contained a line that seemed to sum up everything he had stood for. 100 times a day, I remind myself that my inner and outer life depend on the labors of other men, living and dead, and that I must exert myself in order to give in the same measure as I have received. And so, the man who measured the universe left behind a measurement of something far greater, the human spirit's capacity for compassion even in an age of destruction. He never received the Nobel Peace Prize, but perhaps that was fitting, because peace, to Einstein, was never an award. It was a responsibility. In the years following Albert Einstein's death, the world tried to put him into a category, a task that proved almost impossible. Was he the greatest scientist of all time, or a moral philosopher disguised as one? Was he a dreamer, a rebel, or simply a man who refused to look away from humanity's contradictions? To historians, he was the father of modern physics. To pacifists, he was a prophet. To ordinary people, he was a symbol of hope, proof that even the most brilliant minds could still care deeply about compassion. But Einstein's story did not end with his final breath. If anything, death only amplified his voice. His writings, speeches, and letters began circulating like sacred texts. Students quoted him in lectures. Activists invoked him at peace rallies. "Imagination is more important than knowledge," one line read. "Peace cannot be kept by force," said another. The man who had once studied the stars had now become one. In post-war society, Einstein's legacy was a paradox. He was both the architect of modern science and its loudest moral critic. His equation, E equals mc squared, had unlocked the atomic age, but his conscience had tried to save humanity from it. People began to see him as a kind of scientific saint, a man who carried the guilt of knowledge and turned it into a call for wisdom. The paradox fascinated philosophers, theologians, and artists alike. How could one mind contain both the precision of mathematics and the tenderness of morality? Einstein himself might have laughed at the idea of sainthood. "I have no special talents," he had said. "I am only passionately curious." But curiosity for him was never neutral. It was a form of empathy, a way to understand not just the mechanics of the universe, but the mysteries of the human heart. His curiosity about atoms led him to wonder about peace. His curiosity about time led him to ponder morality. "The distinction between past, present, and future," he wrote, "is only a stubbornly persistent illusion." That line, intended as a reflection on physics, took on spiritual meaning after his death. To many, it meant that Einstein himself was not gone, that his presence lingered in the ongoing pursuit of truth. In a sense, he had transcended time, just as he once described light doing. During the 1960s and 1970s, as movements for peace and equality surged across the world, Einstein's image appeared everywhere, on posters, pamphlets, and college dorm walls. His quotes accompanied protests against nuclear weapons and wars in Vietnam and Korea. "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil," one banner read, "but by those who watch them without doing anything." To a generation disillusioned with power, Einstein was a guiding voice, not through speeches, but through the enduring resonance of his moral clarity. Yet the fascination with Einstein was not limited to activists. Scientists, too, found themselves grappling with the moral implications of his life's work. The field of quantum physics, once the playground of theoretical wonder, had become deeply entangled with politics, technology, and warfare. Einstein's warnings about moral responsibility echoed louder than ever. Concern for man himself, he had said, must always constitute the chief interest of all technical endeavours. Those words began appearing in academic journals, ethics textbooks, and engineering programs. Universities introduced courses that combined science with philosophy, inspired in part by Einstein's belief that discovery without conscience was a form of blindness. Science without religion is lame, he had said. Religion without science is blind. By religion, he did not mean dogma. He meant awe, the reverence for mystery that reminded humanity of its limits. In this way, Einstein bridged two worlds that often stood opposed, reason and reverence. He showed that it was possible to be both analytical and spiritual, both skeptical and hopeful. The most beautiful experience we can have, he once wrote, is the mysterious. It is the fundamental emotion that stands at the cradle of true art and true science. Artists and poets, too, embraced Einstein's vision. Painters portrayed him as a cosmic wanderer. Composers wrote symphonies in his honor. Writers drew on his quotes as moral metaphors. He became a muse for those who sought to understand humanity's fragile balance between progress and peace. Even in pop culture, Einstein evolved into something mythic, a shorthand for brilliance, but also for kindness. Still, beneath the celebration of his genius, there was always the shadow of his sorrow, the knowledge that his discoveries had unleashed forces beyond human control. His later writings, especially those on war and peace, became central to discussions about nuclear disarmament. In 1955, the same year he died, the Russell-Einstein Manifesto was published, urging nations to end the arms race and embrace diplomacy. Remember your humanity and forget the rest, it concluded. Those were among the last words he ever signed. The manifesto inspired the creation of the Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs, gatherings where scientists from around the globe met to discuss the ethical implications of their work. In 1995, decades after Einstein's death, that very movement received the Nobel Peace Prize, a posthumous vindication of the ideals he had championed all his life. It was as though history had finally caught up to him. But Einstein's influence didn't stop with politics or science. His ideas about interconnectedness, that everything in the universe was part of one whole, anticipated later fields like systems theory and ecology. Environmentalists quoted him to emphasize the delicate balance of nature. A human being is a part of the whole, called by us universe, a part limited in time and space, he had written. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings, as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. That delusion of separateness, as Einstein called it, became one of the most quoted concepts in environmental ethics. It suggested that humanity's biggest problem wasn't technology or politics, it was perspective. The failure to see ourselves as part of a larger system was the root of both war and environmental destruction. Our task, he said, must be to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion. And so, decades after his death, Einstein's wisdom seeped into every conversation about peace, justice, and survival. Religious leaders quoted him alongside scripture. Scientists invoked him when confronting ethical dilemmas. Politicians used his name, sometimes sincerely, sometimes opportunistically, to validate their causes. But through it all, one truth remained. Einstein had never sought power, fame, or reverence. He had sought understanding. To those who studied his life closely, Einstein was not just a man of intellect, he was a man of integrity. His genius did not lie in his equations, but in his empathy. His real theory of relativity was not about space and time, but about the human soul, that our worth, our morality, our peace, all depended on how we related to others. He once wrote, "Strange is our situation here upon earth. Each of us comes for a short visit, not knowing why, yet sometimes seeming to divine a purpose." For Einstein, that purpose was clear: to leave the world wiser, gentler, and more curious than he found it. And perhaps that's why, long after his passing, the world still looks to him, not as the man who unlocked the atom, but as the one who tried with all his heart to remind humanity what to do with it. In the decades following his death, Albert Einstein's legacy grew into something both immense and intimate, a mirror that humanity could hold up to itself. His face became one of the most recognizable images on Earth. The disheveled hair, the distant gaze, the half-smile that seemed to say he had seen something extraordinary and terrible about the world and still chose to believe in it. Yet, the power of Einstein's legacy did not lie in the myth, but in the message. In every era that followed, the world seemed to rediscover Einstein anew. Each generation projected its hopes and fears onto him. For scientists, he was the pinnacle of intellectual freedom, the proof that curiosity could change the world. For activists, he was the embodiment of moral courage, the man who stood against conformity when silence would have been safer. For dreamers, he was something else entirely, a symbol of what it meant to seek truth without losing compassion. In classrooms across the world, teachers quoted his words, "Education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think." For children, this quote became a quiet rebellion, an invitation to question, to wonder, to resist becoming merely obedient. Einstein had spent much of his own youth clashing with rigid systems of schooling that punished curiosity. He once said, "It is a miracle that curiosity survives formal education." In time, his ideas reshaped education itself. Schools began to emphasize creative problem-solving, independent thought, and interdisciplinary learning, all guided by Einstein's belief that imagination mattered as much as intellect. In the scientific community, his influence was even deeper. Every physicist who studied relativity, quantum mechanics, or cosmology did so in the shadow of Einstein's vision. His theories became not just scientific frameworks, but philosophical ones. They reminded the world that the universe was stranger, subtler, and more connected than anyone had imagined. Yet what made Einstein enduring wasn't just his discoveries. It was the humility with which he carried them. "The more I learn," he said, "the more I realize how much I don't know." That humility became his greatest lesson. In an age where knowledge often breeds arrogance, Einstein showed that true wisdom begins with wonder. It was this balance of brilliance and humility that made him not only a scientist of matter, but a philosopher of meaning. He had peered into the heart of the universe and found not chaos, but harmony, a harmony that he believed extended into the moral realm as well. "The most incomprehensible thing about the universe," he said, "is that it is comprehensible." For Einstein, that order suggested purpose, not divine intervention, but an invitation for humanity to live in alignment with the same balance that governed the stars. As the 20th century unfolded, Einstein's moral philosophy began to influence movements far beyond science. The civil rights movement of the 1960s often invoked his stance on equality. When Martin Luther King Jr. spoke of peace through justice, he echoed Einstein's belief that morality and reason were inseparable. Environmentalists, too, adopted his call for interconnectedness, using his writings to advocate for a planet that humanity must protect rather than exploit. His understanding of unity, that separateness was an illusion, became a foundation for ecological ethics. Philosophers compared Einstein to figures like Socrates and Spinoza, men who pursued truth not for glory, but for enlightenment. Indeed, Einstein's admiration for Baruch Spinoza was lifelong. He once said, "I believe in Spinoza's God, who reveals himself in the lawful harmony of the world, not in a God who concerns himself with the fates and actions of men." To him, spirituality was not about worship, but about wonder, the awe that came from recognizing the symmetry of existence. In art and culture, Einstein became a symbol of the modern human paradox, the coexistence of reason and chaos, intellect and emotion, discovery and destruction. Poets wrote verses comparing his mind to the cosmos. Filmmakers portrayed him as both hero and warning. In the decades of nuclear anxiety that followed World War II, his face often appeared alongside mushroom clouds, a tragic juxtaposition of genius and guilt. Yet, in the same breath, peace posters carried his words. Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding. He had become the conscience of an atomic age, and in that way, Einstein's image began to serve two functions. To some, he was a beacon, proof that science could coexist with morality. To others, he was a warning, a reminder of how easily human brilliance could outpace human wisdom. Both views were true. In the 1980s, as the Cold War escalated once again, Einstein's essays on peace and disarmament resurfaced. Activists quoted his calls for global unity, reminding leaders that the arms race is a race between our fear and our imagination. His words became banners at protests and philosophical anchors in classrooms. Even among scientists, his warnings about ethical responsibility began shaping conversations about artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and emerging technologies. Each innovation forced the same question Einstein had asked half a century earlier. Can we use our discoveries to improve life, or will they once again be used to destroy it? In this sense, Einstein's influence became timeless. His life was not just a story about physics, it was a meditation on power. He showed that the quest for knowledge could either illuminate or annihilate, depending on the moral lens through which it was used. And that moral lens, he insisted, had to be guided by empathy. Our task must be to free ourselves, he wrote, by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. That single idea, compassion as a form of intelligence, became one of Einstein's greatest gifts to the modern world. It transformed how educators taught ethics, how philosophers debated progress, and how scientists approached discovery. His voice reminded the world that understanding the universe meant nothing if we could not understand ourselves. By the turn of the 21st century, Einstein's image had transcended science entirely. He had become a universal figure, equally admired by believers and skeptics, dreamers and pragmatists, children and scholars. His likeness was printed on T-shirts, murals and stamps, yet behind every caricature was a profound truth, that Einstein represented humanity's better nature, curious, humble, and endlessly striving toward understanding. And even now, in an age of technology and uncertainty, his warnings remain painfully relevant. His fears about nationalism, blind obedience and moral complacency continue to echo in political and cultural debates. His optimism, too, remains a challenge, the belief that humanity can still evolve toward empathy if it chooses to think differently. "We cannot despair of humanity," he once wrote, "since we ourselves are human beings." Perhaps that is why his story still endures, not as a tale of science, but as a testament to conscience. Einstein's theories changed how we measure space and time. His heart changed how we measure ourselves. For every person who has looked at the night sky and felt both awe and responsibility, Einstein's spirit lingers. Because in the end, he was never just the man who explained the universe. He was the man who dared to ask if we deserved to understand it. When Albert Einstein died in 1955, the world did not just lose a scientist, it lost its moral compass. His passing felt like the dimming of a cosmic light, one that had guided humanity through its most turbulent years. But unlike a star that fades and disappears, Einstein's brilliance continued to shine long after his death. His words, his warnings, and his worldview became woven into the very fabric of modern civilization. And though the man was gone, his influence began to shape the institutions, movements, and moral debates that would define the rest of the 20th century. In the years immediately following his death, nations were still reeling from the consequences of the atomic age. Cities were rebuilding, borders were redrawn, and a new kind of fear, nuclear annihilation, lingered over the planet. Einstein had foreseen this world, one where human intelligence outpaced its conscience. The unleashed power of the atom, he had said, has changed everything except our way of thinking. Now, global leaders, philosophers, and scientists began to realize how right he had been. Among the first to act on Einstein's warnings were a group of scientists who had once worked on the Manhattan Project. Haunted by what their discoveries had wrought, they formed organizations such as the Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs and the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, both directly inspired by Einstein's writings and his collaboration with philosopher Bertrand Russell in their 1955 Russell-Einstein Manifesto. These movements called for nuclear disarmament and responsible science, principles that would become the foundation for modern international ethics. The United Nations, too, adopted echoes of Einstein's philosophy. He had long advocated for a supranational authority, a global body that could transcend nationalism and prevent war. In many ways, his dream materialized imperfectly in the UN Charter. Einstein never lived to see it in full form, but his ideas about world governance influenced early discussions around the UN's creation and later inspired the UNESCO movement for global peace through education, science, and culture. UNESCO's mission, building peace in the minds of men and women, could have easily been written by Einstein himself. He had always believed that true peace could not come from treaties or politics, but from enlightenment, from the transformation of thought. Peace cannot be kept by force, he had said. It can only be achieved by understanding. This simple yet profound idea became a philosophical cornerstone of UNESCO's work in promoting education, culture, and moral awareness across nations. Meanwhile, the broader scientific community began to confront the moral implications of their discoveries. Einstein had warned them early on that knowledge carried responsibility. Concern for man himself must always constitute the chief interest of all technical endeavors, he once wrote. This statement, reprinted in scientific journals throughout the 1960s, helped fuel the emerging field of bioethics, which questioned how far science should go in manipulating life. His philosophy became the quiet conscience behind debates on cloning, nuclear energy, artificial intelligence, and even environmental science. By the late 20th century, as the Cold War reached its climax, Einstein's voice seemed almost prophetic. His speeches about nationalism as the measles of mankind were quoted by statesmen warning against nuclear escalation. His insistence on world unity found echoes in the non-aligned movement, which sought cooperation beyond ideological divisions. Even presidents and prime ministers, who once might have dismissed him as an idealist, began citing his insights in policy discussions. But Einstein's legacy wasn't just political or scientific. It was deeply personal. To millions of people around the world, he represented the moral potential of the human mind. He had proven that intellect need not be cold or detached, that it could be infused with empathy and guided by a sense of justice. In a century defined by cruelty and chaos, Einstein stood as proof that reason could coexist with compassion. Throughout the 1970s and 1980s, his name reappeared wherever peace was discussed. When students protested against nuclear testing, they carried signs quoting him, "The world is in greater peril from those who tolerate or encourage evil than from those who actually commit it." When human rights activists spoke of unity, they invoked his line about the optical delusion of separateness. Einstein had become more than a historical figure. He was a moral language, a vocabulary of conscience that people could use to express what they could not articulate themselves. Even artists and musicians turned to him for inspiration. John Lennon, for example, once cited Einstein as one of his intellectual influences when writing songs about peace. Painters depicted him as a symbol of light emerging from darkness, often surrounded by galaxies or equations, an artistic fusion of intellect and eternity. Playwrights and filmmakers turned his life into stories that blurred the line between genius and humanity, exploring how a single person could both create and condemn the tools of apocalypse. Yet for all the reverence, Einstein's message was often misunderstood. Some tried to turn him into a messianic figure, a secular prophet who had all the answers. Others used his name to promote causes he would never have supported. The truth was simpler and more powerful. Einstein never claimed to have answers. He only urged humanity to keep asking better questions. As he once said, the important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existing. That single statement became a guiding principle for countless thinkers after him, from scientists probing the mysteries of the universe to activists seeking justice on Earth. His belief that curiosity and compassion could coexist became the intellectual backbone of human progress. And it wasn't just philosophy, it was practice. His legacy continued through programs that merged science and ethics, such as the Einstein Peace Foundation and the Einstein Forum in Potsdam, which promoted open dialogue on the role of science in shaping the future. Even decades after his death, his influence helped inspire initiatives in sustainable development, human rights, and educational reform. Perhaps most strikingly, Einstein's warning against blind obedience found new relevance in the digital age. As technology advanced and artificial intelligence emerged, scientists began quoting his fears about power without morality. "It has become appallingly obvious," he once said, "that our technology has exceeded our humanity." That line, written in the 1940s, now feels like a prophecy about the 21st century. In a world overwhelmed by speed, information, and conflict, Einstein's timeless calm offers something rare: reflection. He reminds us that progress without ethics is regression, and that intellect without humility is a danger to itself. His life teaches that brilliance is not measured by how much one knows, but by how deeply one cares. And perhaps that is why, nearly a century after his most famous discoveries, Einstein remains more relevant than ever. In an age of artificial intelligence, climate change, and global polarization, his voice still whispers through history, urging humanity to evolve not just in science but in spirit. He never wanted to be a prophet. He wanted to be a reminder that peace, like truth, is not something to be found in equations or awards, but in the choices we make every day. The afterglow of Einstein's genius was not the light of intellect alone, but the radiance of empathy. Proof that even in the darkest chapters of history, wisdom can still shine. As the world entered the late 20th century, Albert Einstein's influence began to reach places even he might never have imagined. His ideas, once confined to classrooms and lecture halls, began shaping the very structure of how humanity understood peace, progress, and responsibility. The Einsteinian worldview, as some philosophers called it, wasn't just about physics or relativity. It was about perspective. It urged humanity to look beyond borders, beyond divisions, beyond the illusion of separateness that caused so much conflict. Einstein had once said that no problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. That sentence became a cornerstone for modern thought in fields as varied as diplomacy, psychology, and environmental science. It appeared in United Nations addresses, peace education manuals, and even self-development literature. To policymakers and teachers alike, it was more than a quote. It was a challenge to evolve. After the Russell-Einstein Manifesto of 1955, a chain reaction of humanitarian efforts began to spread. The Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs, established shortly after his death, gathered scientists from opposing sides of the Cold War to discuss disarmament and scientific ethics. These conferences later earned the Nobel Peace Prize in 1995, a recognition many saw as belated acknowledgement of Einstein's moral legacy. The prize citation praised the spirit of responsibility that scientists must bear toward humanity, words that could have come straight from Einstein's own essays. Meanwhile, educational institutions around the world adopted his philosophy as a guide for modern teaching. In the 1960s and 1970s, as the counterculture movement questioned authority and tradition, Einstein's writings on creativity and individuality found a new audience. His belief that imagination is more important than knowledge inspired a generation of teachers to move away from rote memorization toward critical thinking. Schools began incorporating ethics into science curricula, teaching students not only how to innovate, but why, and at what cost. His words also became central to global peace education. In 1974, UNESCO launched the International Year of Peace Education, invoking Einstein's lifelong assertion that peace must be taught, not merely hoped for. Programs based on his philosophy began promoting emotional intelligence, empathy, and intercultural understanding as essential tools for preventing war. The message was clear: humanity's evolution must be moral as well as intellectual. In the scientific community, Einstein's ethical influence matured into entire disciplines. The rise of bioethics in the 1970s, sparked by concerns about genetic engineering, cloning, and human experimentation, drew heavily on his moral framework. His cautionary words about technology's moral limits echoed through the writings of philosophers like Hans Jonas and Karl Popper, who argued that scientific freedom must come with responsibility. The Einstein Foundation Berlin and the Einstein Forum in Germany continued that mission, fostering global dialogue on the intersection of science, philosophy, and ethics. By the late 20th century, the environmental movement too had embraced Einstein's interconnected worldview. His reflections on unity, that a human being is part of the whole called by us universe, became an anthem for ecological thought. Environmental leaders like Carl Sagan and David Suzuki quoted Einstein when speaking about the fragility of the planet. His idea that separateness is an optical delusion was adopted by conservation groups as a philosophical foundation for protecting ecosystems. It was almost poetic. The same man who studied the mechanics of light had given humanity a moral lesson about the illusion of division. In politics and diplomacy, Einstein's influence endured in subtle yet profound ways. The European Union's founders, including Jean Monnet and Robert Schuman, were inspired by the same supranational ideals Einstein had championed, that unity must transcend nationalism to prevent another world war. Later, peace activists like Václav Havel and Nelson Mandela cited Einstein's writings on moral courage and human dignity. The world is a dangerous place, Einstein had warned, not because of those who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing. That quote became a rallying cry for movements from anti-apartheid protests to human rights campaigns. Even the technological revolution of the 21st century couldn't escape his shadow. Engineers and AI researchers began quoting Einstein's concerns about the ethical dangers of unchecked innovation. His line, "It has become appallingly obvious that our technology has exceeded our humanity," was rediscovered in the age of automation, biotechnology, and digital surveillance. Tech leaders invoked it in conferences and op-eds, sometimes as inspiration and sometimes as a warning. Yet Einstein's greatest legacy remained his faith in the human mind, not as an instrument of domination, but of enlightenment. He believed that curiosity, guided by compassion, could solve even the most complex moral dilemmas. The measure of intelligence, he said, is the ability to change. That belief became the philosophical underpinning for countless social and environmental reforms. Change, to Einstein, was not chaos. It was evolution. And evolution, he believed, was humanity's only hope. His image, over time, took on the quality of myth. Murals of Einstein appeared in cities from Berlin to Buenos Aires, often accompanied by his most famous quotes. The wild hair and knowing eyes came to represent more than intellect. They symbolized conscience in an age of confusion. Documentaries, biographies, and even dramatizations of his life continued to explore his contradictions. The pacifist who helped unleash the atomic age, the dreamer who challenged the world's most powerful governments, the scientist who thought like a poet. In 2005, the World Year of Physics, also called the Einstein Year, commemorated the centennial of his Annus Mirabilis, the year in which he revolutionized science. But beyond celebrating relativity and quantum theory, the global campaign also highlighted Einstein's social impact. Schools, museums, and governments used the occasion to promote peace education and sustainable development. In speeches, world leaders described him as a man who taught us not only how the universe works, but how humanity should. Einstein's writings even began influencing religion in unexpected ways. Theologians revisited his idea of a cosmic religious feeling, a spirituality rooted not in dogma, but in awe. His respect for mystery inspired a dialogue between science and faith that had been fractured for centuries. Clergy and scientists began to meet not as opponents, but as seekers of the same truth through different languages. Einstein's God, the God of harmony, reason, and wonder, became a bridge between worldviews once thought irreconcilable. In all these arenas, education, science, politics, faith, Einstein's ideas served as both blueprint and mirror. They guided humanity forward while reflecting its flaws. He had never promised perfection. What he offered instead was perspective, the reminder that peace, like relativity, depended on point of view. And in that sense, Einstein's legacy was not static, it was alive. Every generation reinterpreted it, reshaped it, and rediscovered its meaning in new crises. When the world grew fearful, his words offered courage. When it grew arrogant, his humility brought balance. Perhaps that was Einstein's greatest experiment, not in physics, but in humanity. He proved that one person's thought, born from empathy and reason, could ripple through centuries and alter civilization itself. For a man who once said, "Try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of value," it is fitting that his value has only grown with time. Einstein's true genius was never just his intellect. It was his capacity to remind the world that intellect must serve life, not the other way around. And so the afterglow of his genius continues to illuminate the path ahead, not as a blinding light of certainty, but as a soft, steady reminder that the universe is vast, time is short, and the only real measure of progress is how well we learn to care for one another. By the dawn of the 21st century, the world Einstein had once warned about was no longer theoretical. It was real. Humanity had conquered the atom, mapped the human genome, and begun exploring other planets. Machines could think, satellites watched the Earth from orbit, and data replaced intuition as the new compass of civilization. Science had advanced beyond anything Einstein could have imagined. And yet, so had the questions he left behind. For all the progress, one truth remained unchanged. Humanity was still struggling to keep its morality ahead of its machinery. The dilemmas that now faced scientists, engineers, and policymakers echoed the same themes that haunted Einstein in his lifetime, the tension between discovery and responsibility. Could innovation exist without destruction? Could intellect coexist with empathy? Could progress serve life rather than dominate it? These were Einstein's questions, and the modern world was still answering them. In many ways, his writings became the moral blueprint for the new scientific age. When the Human Genome Project was completed in 2003, unlocking the code of life itself, ethicists cited Einstein's warnings about the limits of human wisdom. "The world is not dangerous because of those who do evil," he had said, "but because of those who look on and do nothing." It was a reminder that science without moral oversight could become just as blind as superstition. In laboratories, Einstein's philosophy began to resurface in unexpected forms. Geneticists debated not only what could be altered, but what should be. Artificial intelligence researchers, building machines capable of independent decision-making, quoted Einstein's fears about technology surpassing humanity's ethics. "It has become appallingly obvious," he had written decades earlier, "that our technology has exceeded our humanity." What had once been metaphorical now felt prophetic. Einstein's belief that curiosity must be coupled with conscience began influencing scientific charters and institutional codes. The UNESCO Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights, 2005, drew inspiration from his ideals, particularly his insistence that the purpose of knowledge was to protect human dignity, not compromise it. The declaration echoed Einstein's sentiment that science should serve life and not dominate it, creating an ethical foundation that would guide medicine, research, and innovation for generations. But Einstein's moral reach went beyond science. His view of the interconnectedness of all things, that a human being is part of a whole, called by us universe, became the philosophical spine of modern environmentalism. In the 1990s, climate scientists began using his writings to describe the delicate equilibrium of Earth's systems. They quoted his reflection that our task must be to free ourselves from the prison of separateness as both a spiritual and ecological warning. The environmental crises of the modern age, deforestation, pollution, climate change, were proof of what happened when that unity was ignored. Einstein's holistic worldview helped inspire movements like Earth Day and the Earth Charter, which called for global responsibility and intergenerational justice. To those who had studied his work, this was a natural continuation of his thought. Just as relativity had shown that everything in the universe was connected through space and time, Einstein's moral philosophy revealed that everything living was connected through empathy and consequence. His ideas even began to influence space exploration. As humanity looked outward, sending rovers to Mars and telescopes to the edge of the cosmos, scientists began reflecting on the moral dimension of discovery. Was space humanity's next frontier, or its next temptation? Could the same patterns of exploitation that scarred Earth be repeated among the stars? In 2009, the Committee on Space Research, COSPAR, released new ethical guidelines for planetary protection and extraterrestrial exploration, citing Einstein's belief that all life, wherever found, deserved respect. But perhaps the most profound impact of Einstein's moral vision was in the rise of artificial intelligence ethics. As computers began to mimic human reasoning, the same questions Einstein had asked about the atomic age resurfaced with new urgency. Could intelligence exist without morality? Could machines built by humans inherit both their brilliance and their flaws? In conferences across Silicon Valley and Geneva, Einstein's quotes reappeared, not as nostalgia, but as warnings. The significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. His wisdom became a compass for scientists and philosophers trying to reconcile the speed of technological change with the slowness of human maturity. Science can only ascertain what is, not what should be, Einstein had written, and outside of its domain, value judgments remain indispensable. That insight became the foundation for AI ethics boards, which sought to merge empirical logic with moral responsibility. Einstein's voice, once echoing from chalkboards and letters, now reverberated through digital policy frameworks and algorithmic design meetings. At the same time, his influence found a new home in the arts, in the storytellers who grappled with the implications of progress. Films, novels, and television series often invoked Einstein's worldview as a moral backdrop, the scientist torn between wonder and warning. From cinematic explorations of artificial intelligence to dramas about nuclear responsibility, his ghost hovered in every narrative that asked what it meant to be human in an age of invention. But Einstein's posthumous influence wasn't limited to idealists. Policymakers and scientists who once dismissed him as utopian began to realize that his warnings were not dreams, they were blueprints. His proposal for a world government no longer seemed naive in a world facing climate collapse, cyber warfare, and pandemics. His belief that peace required shared accountability became the philosophical basis for global cooperation. Even institutions like the World Health Organization and the Paris Climate Agreement indirectly echoed his thinking, that survival depended on collective reason, not individual ambition. Still, the modern age has also revealed the fragility of Einstein's hope. The same human instincts he tried to transcend, greed, nationalism, fear, continued to shape global politics. Technology that could have united people often deepened division. Social media, driven by algorithms and speed, sometimes eroded the empathy Einstein spent his life defending. His dream of moral progress often seemed overshadowed by the very forces he warned against. And yet, his words remain stubbornly alive. When global crises strike, whether wars, pandemics, or environmental disasters, his quotes resurface across social media and speeches, grounding humanity once again in reflection. "We cannot despair of humanity," he once said, "since we ourselves are human beings." It's a simple truth, yet in an age addicted to complexity, it still feels revolutionary. Einstein's influence continues to remind the modern world that science is not just a tool, it is a mirror. It reflects what humanity values most. It magnifies both our brilliance and our blindness. And in that reflection, Einstein's shadow still lingers, gentle but unyielding, asking the same question that haunted him in life. Now that we can reshape the universe, will we finally learn to reshape ourselves? As the 21st century unfolded, Albert Einstein's voice seemed to echo louder than ever, not from lecture halls or laboratories, but from the world's most urgent conversations. His ideas, written nearly a century earlier, had become more than intellectual artifacts. They were moral tools for navigating an era that had realized nearly all of his hopes and fears. Humanity had achieved what Einstein once thought impossible: instantaneous communication across continents, machines that could learn, and a global economy powered by science. Yet with each triumph came an unsettling question. Had humanity truly become wiser, or just more powerful? Einstein's warnings about the imbalance between intellect and ethics found new life in the fields of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and climate science. Each of these frontiers carried a trace of his moral fingerprint. His belief that concern for man himself must always constitute the chief interest of all technical endeavors became the philosophical backbone of AI and tech ethics. Scientists who once admired his theories now quoted his caution: "Our technology has exceeded our humanity." In the early decades of AI research, Einstein's influence was indirect but palpable. Developers of machine learning and neural networks often referred to him when discussing the responsibility of invention. As algorithms began shaping economies, elections, and human behavior, thinkers turned back to Einstein's ideas about moral imagination. He had written that the true sign of intelligence is not knowledge, but imagination. To him, imagination wasn't fantasy. It was empathy in motion, the ability to see beyond oneself. Modern ethicists adopted that view, arguing that artificial intelligence must be designed not only to think, but to understand. Not only to predict outcomes, but to weigh them in moral context. Einstein's view of the interconnected universe also became foundational for biotechnology. Geneticists editing DNA and scientists experimenting with synthetic biology cited his belief that a human being is part of the whole called by us universe. This holistic worldview warned against arrogance in altering the blueprint of life. For Einstein, every discovery carried a moral echo, every experiment a consequence beyond its immediate result. His thought became a quiet warning to those at the edge of creation, that the pursuit of knowledge should never come at the expense of wisdom. In 2019, at an international conference on human genome editing in Hong Kong, several speakers quoted Einstein's reflection: "Science can only ascertain what is, not what should be." It was an acknowledgement that technology alone could not determine morality, that conscience must evolve alongside innovation. The debate over designer babies, cloning, and genetic privacy revealed a tension Einstein had foreseen decades earlier: humanity's capacity to wield power before earning the maturity to guide it. Meanwhile, his philosophy found a new audience among climate scientists and environmental advocates. Einstein's sense of unity, that separateness is an optical delusion of consciousness, became the emotional and ethical foundation of global ecological movements. Environmentalists invoked his name when demanding that governments act not for profit or politics, but for the shared survival of the species. His call for a widening circle of compassion became the moral vocabulary for climate activism. To Einstein, empathy wasn't sentimental. It was a form of rationality, the only logic that could sustain civilization. Einstein's thoughts on global cooperation also resonated powerfully in an interconnected age. He had once imagined a world government not as an empire of control, but as a framework for moral accountability. The only salvation for civilization, he wrote, lies in the creation of a world government. Though dismissed as idealism in his time, his vision foreshadowed the rise of global institutions like the United Nations, World Bank, and World Health Organization, flawed yet essential attempts to manage the shared risks of humanity. In 2020, as the COVID-19 pandemic swept across the world, Einstein's words resurfaced everywhere. Scientists, journalists, and leaders quoted him in speeches about unity, reason, and compassion. "We cannot despair of humanity," he had said, "since we ourselves are human beings." In a time of division and fear, those words became a rallying cry. His belief that the world is a dangerous place not because of those who do evil, but because of those who look on and do nothing, inspired health workers, volunteers, and scientists who fought the crisis together across borders. And yet, Einstein's warnings remained relevant in the age of misinformation and digital conflict. The Internet, a marvel of human communication, had also become a battlefield for manipulation and division. His caution about the perfection of means and the confusion of ends was quoted by ethicists studying social media algorithms. Humanity, he once observed, had become a perfection of the means but confusion of the goals. In that single line, he predicted the moral chaos of the digital era, a world flooded with information but starved for wisdom. Even in space exploration, Einstein's moral gravity lingered. The same theories that once guided rockets and satellites now guided ethical reflection. When private corporations began racing to colonize Mars, scientists and philosophers debated whether humanity had the right to extend its reach before mastering its responsibility on Earth. His words, "Look deep into nature, and then you will understand everything better," were invoked by astronomers and astronauts alike. Einstein's cosmic humility had become a counterbalance to the arrogance of ambition. In universities and think tanks, Einstein's moral philosophy found renewed academic respect. Courses in ethics of innovation, philosophy of science, and global citizenship frequently included his writings. His synthesis of reason and empathy, once radical, had become essential. Students studying sustainability or AI ethics read his essays alongside those of modern philosophers like Martha Nussbaum and Yuval Noah Harari. His ideas, once seen as idealistic, were now understood as survival strategies. But perhaps the most remarkable evolution of Einstein's influence came in how humanity reinterpreted his definition of peace. For Einstein, peace had never meant the absence of conflict. It meant the presence of understanding. That idea began to shape international education and conflict resolution programs. NGOs such as Peace Jam, Einstein Youth Forum, and Global Ethics Foundation invoked his teachings to inspire the next generation of scientists and activists. His insistence that peace is not merely the absence of war, but the presence of justice, became a guiding principle for global humanitarian work. In many ways, the 21st century was becoming Einstein's century, not because of his discoveries, but because of his doubts. He had asked the hard questions that technology alone could never answer. What is progress without empathy? What is intelligence without humility? What is discovery without responsibility? And so, as humanity stood on the edge of the next frontier, whether in AI, genetics, or space, Einstein's shadow remained a quiet guardian. His moral compass, once dismissed as utopian, had become indispensable. He had once said, 100 times a day I remind myself that my inner and outer life depend on the labors of other men, living and dead. That reflection, humble and human, was perhaps his most enduring equation. It balanced intellect with gratitude, ambition with awareness, individuality with interdependence. Because Einstein's true formula was not E equals mc squared, but something less measurable and infinitely more profound. Empathy equals moral civilization squared. And in that equation, humanity still finds its only hope. Long after Albert Einstein's passing, his influence escaped the confines of science entirely and entered the realm of education, leadership, and social philosophy. His name became more than a symbol of genius. It became shorthand for a way of thinking, a moral compass in a world obsessed with achievement. Yet, for all his accomplishments, Einstein never saw himself as a man of authority. He once said, "It is the supreme art of the teacher to awaken joy in creative expression and knowledge." That statement, humble as it sounds, would go on to transform how the world viewed teaching, leadership, and the responsibility of intellect. Einstein's approach to education was rooted in rebellion. He had always distrusted rigid systems that prized obedience over imagination. As a child, he clashed with the militaristic discipline of 19th-century German schools, where conformity was valued more than curiosity. Decades later, as a global icon, he warned educators that this structure was dangerous, that it raised efficient workers but not independent thinkers. "Education is what remains after one has forgotten what one has learned in school," he famously quipped. Behind the humor lay a sharp critique of institutional learning. He believed that true education should not mold the mind, but free it. His advocacy for intellectual independence influenced a century of educational reform, from Montessori schools to inquiry-based learning models. The Montessori approach, which valued curiosity and self-direction, deeply resonated with Einstein. He once remarked that the Montessori method is the greatest step forward in education. To him, knowledge gained through exploration and empathy was more valuable than rote memorization or competition. Einstein's philosophy inspired educators worldwide to rethink the purpose of schooling. In the mid-20th century, as nations raced toward industrialization and technological dominance, education often became a machine for producing specialists, efficient, obedient, and focused narrowly on results. Einstein's words acted as a counterweight. He urged teachers to nurture the whole human being, not just the intellect, but the imagination and conscience. "The value of a college education," he said, "is not the learning of many facts, but the training of the mind to think." This idea became foundational to modern liberal education, which emphasizes critical thinking, creativity, and moral reflection. Universities that once prioritized technical expertise began incorporating ethics and philosophy into science programs, a trend that continues to this day. Einstein's humanist legacy shaped the curricula of global institutions like Harvard, Oxford, and the University of Tokyo, where science and humanities were fused into an interdisciplinary model of learning. His belief that imagination is more important than knowledge became a universal slogan for educators seeking to reignite passion in their students. Leadership, too, absorbed Einstein's influence. Though he never held political office, his moral authority rivaled that of world leaders. Einstein's style of leadership was rooted not in command, but in compassion. He believed that influence came from authenticity, not power. "Try not to become a man of success," he wrote, "but rather try to become a man of value." That simple phrase became a mantra for ethical leadership across industries. Modern leadership theorists, from Peter Drucker to Simon Sinek, have drawn from Einstein's principles, especially his insistence that curiosity and humility are central to innovation. Sinek's famous "Start with Why" philosophy mirrors Einstein's conviction that every action must begin with purpose. Einstein's insistence that morality must guide ambition influenced how companies, governments, and non-profits began to redefine leadership in the 21st century. In the post-war years, Einstein's advocacy for social justice positioned him as a moral model for leadership. He condemned racism, nationalism, and inequality, describing them as diseases of the human mind. In 1946, he gave a now famous speech at Lincoln University, declaring that racism is America's worst disease. His willingness to speak truth to power made him an icon not only in science, but in ethics. Civil rights leaders such as W.E.B. Du Bois and Paul Robeson admired his outspokenness. Even decades later, scholars and activists cite Einstein's fusion of intellect and morality as a template for ethical leadership. The principles he lived by, curiosity, empathy, humility, and courage, became timeless guideposts for leaders facing moral dilemmas. His concept of leadership rejected domination. It embraced stewardship. Einstein once wrote, "Only a life lived for others is a life worthwhile." This idea redefined what success meant in politics, business, and academia. Leaders began to view service as strength, not sacrifice. In education, Einstein's humanism found fertile ground in programs that sought to teach not just knowledge, but wisdom. Schools around the world adopted Einstein Days, events that encourage students to question assumptions, explore creativity, and reflect on moral responsibility. Teachers began quoting his belief that the important thing is not to stop questioning. In classrooms from Berlin to Manila, Einstein's legacy continued not through formulas, but through curiosity itself. Even in modern management, Einstein's approach resonates. Many executives now cite his methods of problem-solving, patience, perspective, and humility as models for innovation. His insight that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them became a cornerstone of strategic thinking. In times of crisis, his calm rationality and moral depth serve as inspiration for decision-makers trying to navigate complexity without losing humanity. Einstein's influence reached far beyond traditional education or leadership. He inspired entire movements dedicated to social responsibility and ethical innovation. His belief in global citizenship helped shape the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, which aimed to unite nations through knowledge and peace. Programs in peace studies, conflict resolution, and intercultural education owe their existence in part to his vision of intellectual cooperation across borders. At its core, Einstein's educational and leadership philosophy revolved around a single moral constant, that knowledge must serve humanity, not rule it. To him, science was never cold or mechanical. It was deeply human, a continuation of art and compassion through other means. His dream was not a world of geniuses, but a world of thoughtful souls, capable of reason, guided by empathy, and fearless in the pursuit of truth. Today, In an age where leadership often confuses visibility for wisdom, Einstein's quiet integrity stands as a counterexample. He never chased status, yet the world followed him. He distrusted authority, yet became one of the most respected figures in history. He proved that true leadership doesn't need to shout, it simply needs to serve. Einstein once said, "Example isn't another way to teach. It is the only way to teach." Those words remain his greatest lesson. Whether in classrooms, boardrooms, or nations, they remind humanity that the deepest kind of influence doesn't come from intellect alone. It comes from integrity. As the 20th century came to a close, Albert Einstein's educational and moral philosophy found new life across the world. The wars that once scarred the planet had left humanity desperate for a gentler vision of progress, one that merged intellect with empathy and discovery with conscience. Einstein's ideas provided precisely that. Though he had never founded a school or written a formal curriculum, his values became the DNA of modern education and ethical leadership. Educators in post-war Europe and the United States began to view Einstein not just as a scientist, but as a moral guide. He had lived through humanity's greatest contradictions. A man who unlocked the secrets of the atom, but spent the rest of his life warning against its power. To teachers, he embodied a lesson that no textbook could teach: the responsibility that comes with knowledge. "It is not enough to teach a man a specialty," he once said. Through it, he may become a kind of useful machine, but not a harmoniously developed personality. This belief inspired the rise of holistic education, which aimed to balance intellect with ethics, art, and self-awareness. Schools and universities began adopting programs that reflected Einstein's balance between logic and compassion. The International Baccalaureate (IB) program, founded in 1968, was directly influenced by humanist thinkers like Einstein. Its mission to create inquiring, knowledgeable and caring young people who help to create a better world could have come straight from his writings. The idea that education should produce not only scholars but citizens resonated deeply with Einstein's worldview. Even in the digital age, Einstein's approach to education remains profoundly relevant. In classrooms powered by technology, his insistence on wonder over information serves as a moral compass. As schools turn toward standardized testing and performance metrics, his voice reminded teachers that curiosity was still the heart of learning. He once said, "It is a miracle that curiosity survives formal education." That miracle, he believed, was the soul of human progress, the spark that keeps discovery alive in an age of automation. Einstein's influence also shaped modern science education. Teachers began blending his theories with philosophy and ethics, asking students to consider not just how discoveries are made, but why they matter. In science museums, documentaries, and university lectures, Einstein's name became synonymous with curiosity and conscience. His emphasis on creativity inspired programs like STEAM, Science, Technology, Engineering, Art and Mathematics, which aimed to merge analytical and artistic thinking. The A in STEAM, advocates often note, was Einstein's idea before it had a name. Leadership development, too, absorbed his principles. His model of leadership, reflective, humble, and ethical, reshaped how organizations defined success. Leaders began looking beyond profit or prestige toward purpose and integrity. Einstein's view that the measure of intelligence is the ability to change became a key principle in adaptive leadership theories. His moral stance against racism, militarism, and blind nationalism encouraged leaders to take stands rooted in values, not convenience. When Martin Luther King Jr. and other civil rights leaders spoke of moral courage, they echoed Einstein's words and actions. Einstein had publicly denounced segregation, joined the NAACP, and even offered his home as refuge to black artists and activists. For him, leadership without moral responsibility was meaningless. "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil," he warned, "but by those who watch them without doing anything." Those words became a rallying cry for activists and educators alike. His humanism influenced not only education and activism, but even business and governance. In corporate culture, his teachings on creativity, ethics, and humility began shaping leadership philosophies such as servant leadership and transformational leadership. These approaches emphasized empathy, collaboration, and social good, principles Einstein lived by instinctively. He saw leadership as stewardship, not control. At the same time, his belief in intellectual democracy changed how universities and research institutions operated. Einstein opposed hierarchy in thought. He saw science as a collective act of discovery. "The right to search for truth implies also a duty," he wrote. "One must not conceal any part of what one has recognized to be true." This insistence on openness became a guiding ethos in academia. Research transparency, peer review, and ethical accountability all stem from this intellectual honesty, a legacy of Einstein's integrity. Across the globe, his name became intertwined with learning and enlightenment. The Albert Einstein Institution, founded in 1983, carried his ideals into social activism by promoting non-violent resistance and peace education. Its founder, Gene Sharp, built an entire framework of conflict resolution around Einstein's principles of moral courage and rational dissent. Through initiatives like these, Einstein's teachings transcended science. They became blueprints for social transformation. Einstein's influence also reached developing nations, where education was often framed as a path to liberation. Post-colonial leaders such as Jawaharlal Nehru of India and Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana admired his humanist vision. Nehru, a friend of Einstein, often cited his belief that true freedom comes not from power, but from enlightenment. In newly independent nations, education systems were designed not only to train workers, but to awaken thinkers, a living continuation of Einstein's ideal that education should be about the awakening of joy. Even in modern classrooms, Einstein's ghost seems to linger. His life story, a rebellious student turned reluctant icon, continues to inspire students who feel stifled by systems that prize compliance over creativity. His humility humanizes genius. He struggled, doubted, and failed many times, yet never stopped questioning. His perseverance became proof that brilliance isn't born of perfection, but of patience. In leadership circles, Einstein's teachings have evolved into global ethics courses and mindfulness programs for executives. The idea that peace cannot be kept by force, it can only be achieved by understanding, has been adopted as a core philosophy by organizations from the United Nations to Google's leadership training. His name appears in lectures on innovation, psychology, and moral reasoning, evidence that his reach has expanded far beyond physics. Ultimately, Einstein's educational and moral philosophy remains timeless because it speaks to something universal: the need to unite intellect with compassion. He understood that knowledge without empathy breeds arrogance, and authority without humility breeds tyranny. "Wisdom is not a product of schooling," he wrote, but of the lifelong attempt to acquire it. Today, his words feel almost prophetic. In a world driven by artificial intelligence, rapid change, and constant distraction, Einstein's emphasis on curiosity and kindness feels like a lifeline. He reminds humanity that learning is not just an act of the mind, it's an act of the soul. If there is a final lesson Einstein left behind for educators and leaders, it is this: greatness is not found in brilliance alone, but in how one uses it. To learn is to serve. To lead is to listen. To teach is to awaken. And in those acts, Einstein's true genius still lives, not in equations or theories, but in the quiet evolution of human consciousness. As Albert Einstein aged, the great physicist became less a scientist and more a philosopher of humanity. His hair grew wilder, his gait slower, yet his mind seemed sharper than ever, probing not just the mysteries of the cosmos, but the moral fractures of civilization. The last decade of his life was marked by a shift in purpose. He was no longer chasing equations, he was chasing peace. The man who once decoded the secrets of light had turned his attention to the darkness of human conflict. The post-war years weighed heavily on Einstein's conscience. Though the atomic bomb had ended World War II, its existence haunted him. The realization that his theories of relativity, specifically E equals mc squared, had been instrumental in developing nuclear weapons, left him deeply troubled. He confessed to a friend, "I made one great mistake in my life when I signed the letter to President Roosevelt recommending that atom bombs be made." That letter, co-signed with physicist Leo Szilard in 1939, was intended as a precaution, a warning that Nazi Germany might be developing such a weapon. Einstein never imagined it would unleash such devastation. From that moment on, he made it his life's mission to prevent science from becoming an instrument of destruction. He withdrew from most theoretical research and began using his global fame to advocate for peace, disarmament, and world unity. To some, this transformation was shocking. To others, it was inevitable. Einstein had always been a humanitarian. Now, he was simply living his principles more urgently than ever. He joined the Emergency Committee of Atomic Scientists, a group of leading minds who sought to educate the public about the moral dangers of nuclear warfare. They published essays, organized lectures, and called for international cooperation in controlling atomic energy. Einstein's voice, calm yet unyielding, warned that the unleashed power of the atom has changed everything save our modes of thinking, and thus we drift toward unparalleled catastrophe. Those words became one of the most quoted lines of the 20th century. Einstein saw the arms race not as a political issue, but as a symptom of a deeper illness, humanity's failure to evolve morally. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them, he often repeated. To him, the Cold War was not just a contest between nations, but a moral test for the entire species. He believed that survival required more than military deterrence. It required moral maturity. The splitting of the atom, he said, has changed everything except man's way of thinking. In his later writings, Einstein began to sound almost prophetic. He warned of a future in which technology would outpace wisdom, where nations would compete in destructive innovation rather than compassionate cooperation. He feared that science, untethered from ethics, would erode humanity's sense of purpose. Perfection of means, he lamented, and confusion of ends seems to characterize our age. Despite his age, Einstein remained remarkably active. He wrote letters to politicians, intellectuals, and activists across the world, urging them to unite for peace. He corresponded with Mahatma Gandhi, whose philosophy of non-violence deeply moved him. "You have shown through your works," Einstein wrote to Gandhi in 1931, "that the steadfast pursuit of truth can bring about the greatest social change without the use of violence. Gandhi, in turn, called Einstein a prince among men. Though they never met in person, their shared belief in moral courage as the highest form of strength formed a spiritual bridge between science and spirituality. Einstein also became an outspoken critic of nationalism, which he saw as the root of war. "Nationalism is an infantile disease," he said bluntly, "the measles of mankind." To him, the divisions between nations were artificial, mere illusions that obscured humanity's shared fate. He argued passionately for the establishment of a world government, an idea that was controversial at the time but prescient in hindsight. He envisioned a federation of nations bound not by military alliances but by law, reason, and compassion. "The only salvation for civilization," he wrote, "lies in the creation of a world government with security guaranteed by law." His call for unity, however, was often misunderstood. During the McCarthy era, when suspicion of communism ran rampant in the United States, Einstein's pacifism and globalism were labeled as un-American. The FBI kept an extensive file on him, more than 1,400 pages long, monitoring his speeches, letters, and associations. Yet even under scrutiny, Einstein refused to be silenced. "Unthinking respect for authority," he warned, "is the greatest enemy of truth." In public, he projected serenity. In private, he wrestled with despair. Friends recalled how he would pace his Princeton home at night, muttering about humanity's short memory. He worried that the world was learning nothing from its own suffering. "If only I had known," he once sighed, "I would have become a watchmaker." Still, hope never abandoned him. In his final years, Einstein placed his faith not in governments, but in individuals, teachers, artists, and scientists who could ignite moral imagination. "The important thing," he said, "is not to stop questioning." Curiosity has its own reason for existing. For Einstein, curiosity was not just an intellectual tool, it was a form of empathy, a way of understanding others by seeking to understand the world. He also used his platform to defend civil rights. In 1946, at Lincoln University, the first historically black university in the United States, Einstein delivered a speech condemning segregation. "Racism is America's worst disease," he declared. "I do not intend to be quiet about it." He publicly supported W.E.B. Du Bois and Paul Robeson, both of whom faced persecution for their activism. Einstein believed that peace required justice, that war could not be eliminated while inequality persisted. As he approached the end of his life, Einstein continued writing, teaching, and corresponding from his modest home in Princeton, New Jersey. His desk was famously cluttered, filled with letters, manuscripts, and equations he never finished. To visitors, it seemed chaotic. To Einstein, it was alive. "Out of clutter," he said, "find simplicity. From discord, find harmony. In the middle of difficulty lies opportunity." He knew his time was running out, but he never stopped speaking for peace. In one of his final letters, written days before his death in April 1955, Einstein agreed to sign the Russell-Einstein Manifesto, a plea for world leaders to renounce nuclear weapons. He never lived to see it published. When the manifesto was released later that year, it became one of the founding documents of the global peace movement, the seed from which the Pugwash conferences on science and world affairs would grow, eventually earning the Nobel Peace Prize in 1995. By then, Einstein's words had transcended time. His warnings had become guideposts, his ideals a moral compass for generations that followed. Though he never received the Nobel Peace Prize, his message outlasted the medal itself. Einstein had always believed that peace was not a dream, but a duty, a scientific necessity in a universe governed by balance. "Peace cannot be kept by force," he wrote. "It can only be achieved by understanding." And in those final years, as the world teetered between progress and peril, Albert Einstein became the conscience of an age, a reluctant prophet reminding humanity that the greatest equation of all was not written in numbers, but in compassion. When Albert Einstein passed away on April 18, 1955, at Princeton Hospital, the world lost far more than a scientist. It lost one of its last great moral voices. Newspapers from every continent mourned not just the man who discovered relativity, but the philosopher who tried to reconcile human reason with human compassion. Einstein's death symbolized the end of an era, an age when intellect still carried humility, when progress still questioned itself. Yet in truth, his death did not silence him. His ideas had already transcended his lifetime. They lingered, pulsing quietly through the decades that followed, shaping conversations about war, justice, and the meaning of peace itself. Even in his final hours, Einstein's mind remained alert. When doctors offered to perform surgery to extend his life, he refused. "It is tasteless to prolong life artificially," he said softly. "I have done my share. It is time to go. I will do it elegantly." His final act, like his life, reflected simplicity and acceptance, a farewell free of fear. On his desk lay a manuscript filled with unfinished equations, a symbol of his belief that understanding the universe was a journey, never a conclusion. But the moral questions Einstein left behind were just as unfinished as his calculations. In the days after his death, his friend and colleague Bertrand Russell published the Russell-Einstein Manifesto, which called upon world leaders to end the nuclear arms race and embrace peaceful dialogue. The manifesto opened with a plea that could have come straight from Einstein himself. Remember your humanity and forget the rest. It was a haunting echo of everything he had stood for. The idea that intelligence without empathy was not enlightenment, but danger. The manifesto marked the beginning of a global movement in Einstein's name. His belief that scientists bore moral responsibility for their discoveries became the foundation of the Pugwash conferences on science and world affairs, first held in 1957. These meetings brought together scientists from both sides of the Cold War to discuss the ethical implications of technology and war. The movement later won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1995, and its founders credited Einstein as its philosophical ancestor. "He gave us the conscience to ask not only what we can do," one physicist wrote, "but what we should do." In the following decades, Einstein's image, the gentle eyes, the unruly hair, the knowing smile, became a universal symbol of wisdom. But behind that image was a radical moral stance that the world continued to unpack. He had been a man unafraid to challenge power, unafraid to stand apart. During his life, he had defied militarism, nationalism, and racial prejudice. In death, his words became moral scripture for movements that would follow: civil rights, nuclear disarmament, and global cooperation. His advocacy for racial equality, once controversial, gained renewed respect during the civil rights movement of the 1960s. Leaders such as Martin Luther King Jr. and James Baldwin referenced Einstein's public denunciations of segregation. King described him as a scientist who understood that the pursuit of knowledge without the pursuit of justice was a betrayal of humanity. Schools and universities began holding lectures under his name, exploring the intersection between ethics and science. Einstein had become a bridge between intellect and integrity, between discovery and decency. In 1955, a few months after his death, the Einstein Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton continued his mission of ethical science. Scholars gathered not only to expand on his theories, but to discuss the responsibilities of knowledge. Over time, this ethos spread. Research institutions, think tanks, and educational systems began establishing ethical review boards, a direct response to the moral dilemmas Einstein had foreseen. Whether in medicine, physics, or artificial intelligence, the question he had posed lingered. What is the moral obligation of genius? Even religion, a subject Einstein approached with careful ambiguity, claimed him as a kindred spirit. He had once said, "Science without religion is lame, religion without science is blind." Clergy and theologians found in his words a bridge between faith and reason. For the first time in centuries, scientists and religious leaders began to converse, not compete. Einstein's cosmic religious feeling, his deep awe at the harmony of the universe, inspired countless interfaith dialogues and spiritual movements. In many ways, he became the patron saint of seekers, those who found divinity in discovery and peace in wonder. As the decades rolled on, Einstein's peace philosophy was reinterpreted in light of new global challenges. His warnings about technology's moral imbalance resurfaced in the age of the Internet and artificial intelligence. It has become appallingly obvious that our technology has exceeded our humanity, he had said decades earlier. And now those words rang with startling accuracy. Scholars cited him in discussions about surveillance, digital ethics, and the dangers of dehumanization in the digital age. Once again, Einstein had seen the future before the world caught up. His belief in world citizenship also found new relevance. Global crises such as climate change, pandemics, and refugee displacement revived interest in his call for a widening circle of compassion. Einstein had insisted that peace could not be maintained by governments alone. It had to begin with individual consciousness. "A human being is part of a whole," he wrote, "called by us universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings, as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness." This delusion, he warned, was the root of humanity's suffering. Modern psychology, environmental ethics, and mindfulness movements all drew from this insight. The deeper legacy of Einstein's peace work was not in policy, but in perspective. He showed that intellect could be moral without being dogmatic, that science could be spiritual without being religious. He blurred the boundaries that once divided rationality from compassion, proving that wisdom required both. To Einstein, peace was not the absence of conflict, but the presence of understanding, a principle that guided not only nations, but individuals. In the years after his passing, his writings on peace were compiled and published, revealing the scope of his vision. He had corresponded with artists, philosophers, and statesmen from around the world, urging them to view humanity as a single organism. He dreamed of a civilization where cooperation was instinct, not ideology. "We shall require a substantially new manner of thinking," he wrote, "if mankind is to survive." That new manner, a fusion of empathy and intellect, remains his unfinished project. His legacy also sparked one of the great moral debates of modern science, whether scientists should be activists. For Einstein, the answer was clear. Silence, he believed, was complicity. His life proved that moral courage was not an interruption to science, but its highest expression. The modern idea of the citizen scientist, experts who use knowledge for public good, owes its origin to him. When the world looks at Einstein today, it often sees the genius with the pipe and twinkling eyes. But beneath that image lies a deeper truth. He was humanity's conscience in an age of confusion. He reminded the world that intellect without love is directionless, and progress without ethics is perilous. His ashes were scattered quietly in the Delaware River, as he had wished. There was no grand monument, no marble tomb, only the echo of his words. And perhaps that was fitting. For Einstein, immortality was never in stone, but in thought, in the ripple of ideas that continue to shape the moral architecture of the world. His Peace Prize never came from Oslo. It came instead from time itself, from every generation that reads his words and chooses understanding over fear, curiosity over conformity, compassion over power. Because in the end, Einstein's greatest discovery wasn't relativity. It was humanity, the infinite equation that still challenges the world to this day. In the years following Albert Einstein's death, the scientific community entered a period of deep introspection. The man who had reshaped physics had also reshaped the soul of science itself. He left behind no formal disciples, no school of thought that bore his name. And yet his influence was everywhere. It flowed quietly through the laboratories, classrooms, and peace conferences of a world that was finally learning to ask not just what can we do, but what should we do? Einstein's moral shadow lingered over a generation of thinkers who had grown up in the ruins of World War II. They had witnessed both the beauty and the horror that science could unleash, the elegance of relativity, the nightmare of Hiroshima. To them, Einstein was not merely a scientist, but a prophet who had warned of humanity's greatest temptation, the belief that intelligence alone could save us. His warnings became their compass. One of the most direct heirs to Einstein's moral philosophy was Bertrand Russell, the British philosopher who co-authored the Russell-Einstein Manifesto. Together, they had ignited the modern peace movement among scientists. After Einstein's death, Russell continued their shared mission, organizing the Pugwash conferences that united thinkers from both sides of the Cold War. These meetings defied political boundaries, reminding humanity that the pursuit of truth must always transcend the pursuit of power. The scientists who attended saw themselves not as partisans, but as guardians, custodians of a fragile planet in need of wisdom. In the United States, physicists like J. Robert Oppenheimer, once haunted by his role in creating the atomic bomb, began speaking in tones that echoed Einstein's remorse. Oppenheimer, who famously quoted the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds," spent his later years advocating for control over nuclear research. His speeches about the moral responsibility of scientists drew heavily from Einstein's writings. He confessed, "In some crude sense which no vulgarity, no humor, no overstatement can quite extinguish, the physicists have known sin." Einstein had felt that same guilt, and it united them in shared reflection. Einstein's philosophy also shaped the emerging field of bioethics, a discipline that barely existed during his lifetime. In the wake of the Nuremberg trials, scientists were forced to confront questions Einstein had long asked. What are the moral limits of experimentation? What happens when science forgets its humanity? His insistence that concern for man himself must always constitute the chief interest of all technical endeavors became a guiding principle for modern medicine. Researchers like Jonas Salk, who refused to patent the polio vaccine, embodied Einstein's belief that knowledge should serve humanity, not commerce. By the 1960s, Einstein's influence began to merge with a rising tide of social consciousness. Young scientists and students, shaped by the peace protests and civil rights movements, found in Einstein's words a moral foundation for rebellion. His lifelong opposition to militarism inspired anti-war activists who marched against the Vietnam War. His humanism resonated with environmentalists warning about unchecked industrialization. When protesters held signs reading "Imagination is more important than knowledge," they weren't quoting a celebrity. They were quoting a conscience. In 1963, President John F. Kennedy honored Einstein posthumously with the Enrico Fermi Award, recognizing his profound influence on mankind. The ceremony, though symbolic, reflected a growing realization. Einstein's greatest legacy wasn't relativity, it was responsibility. Politicians, artists, and educators began invoking his name as shorthand for moral clarity. In speeches about disarmament, Kennedy often referenced Einstein's plea for global unity, reminding the world that survival required cooperation, not competition. Einstein's thought also found fertile ground among philosophers of science. Thinkers such as Karl Popper, Hans Jonas, and Thomas Kuhn expanded on his warnings about the ethics of knowledge. Jonas in particular wrote The Imperative of Responsibility, 1979, which echoed Einstein's conviction that scientific power must be balanced by moral foresight. Jonas's central thesis, that humanity's technological capacity had outgrown its ethical maturity, could have been lifted directly from Einstein's letters. He argued that modern scientists had inherited Einstein's dilemma: to create without destroying, to explore without corrupting. Even outside academia, Einstein's moral gravity influenced culture. His image became a beacon for artists, writers, and filmmakers exploring the paradox of progress. Movies like Dr. Strangelove, 1964, and later Interstellar, 2014, reflected the same ethical questions Einstein had posed. Can intellect save us from ourselves, or is it empathy that ultimately sustains civilization? His presence loomed over popular imagination, the wise, weary thinker who saw too far ahead. In classrooms, Einstein's philosophy began shaping how students learned about science. Teachers encouraged debate about the moral implications of discovery. Lessons on atomic energy, artificial intelligence, or environmental technology often began with Einstein's quote, "It has become appallingly obvious that our technology has exceeded our humanity." His words transformed scientific education from mechanical training into moral exploration. His influence extended beyond Western borders. In Japan, where the memory of Hiroshima remained raw, Einstein's writings on peace were studied alongside Buddhist philosophy. His belief in unity, that all life was interconnected, resonated with Eastern spiritual traditions. Monks and scholars drew parallels between Einstein's relativity and Buddhist concepts of interdependence. To them, he was not just a scientist, but a sage, a Western embodiment of universal wisdom. In India, leaders like Jawaharlal Nehru and Rabindranath Tagore saw Einstein's ideas as bridges between science and spirituality. Einstein had once exchanged letters with Tagore, discussing the nature of reality and consciousness. Their correspondence revealed a man deeply aware that science alone could not answer the biggest questions of existence. Truth, he told Tagore, is not dependent upon humanity. That conversation, blending physics and philosophy, remains one of the most profound East-West dialogues in modern history. Einstein's influence even seeped into the early environmental movement. His reflections on harmony and balance, that a human being is part of the whole called by us universe, inspired scientists who began warning about ecological collapse. His philosophy of interconnectedness foreshadowed the systems thinking that would define environmental science in the late 20th century. The first Earth Day in 1970 featured banners quoting his words, "Look deep into nature, and then you will understand everything better." Over time, Einstein became more than a historical figure. He became a symbol of conscience in an age of confusion. For many, he represented the possibility that intellect and morality could coexist, that science could remain compassionate. His legacy challenged future generations of scientists to see themselves not as masters of the universe, but as its stewards. As new frontiers opened, genetics, cybernetics, artificial intelligence, Einstein's ghost lingered. His words continued to echo. The unleashed power of the atom has changed everything save our modes of thinking. Each breakthrough carried both promise and peril, reminding humanity that progress was not measured by invention, but by intention. By the end of the 20th century, Einstein's disciples, philosophers, physicists, educators, and activists, had turned his moral vision into a global movement. It was not a movement of ideology, but of awareness. They called it by many names: peace studies, ethical science, sustainable progress, but at its heart was a single idea, that knowledge must never outgrow compassion. Einstein's death had closed one chapter of human history, but his influence had begun another. The age of moral science had arrived, an era he had foreseen but never lived to witness. And though his equations had long since been proven, his questions still remained unanswered. Can intelligence alone ever be enough to make humanity wise? Einstein's death did not mark the end of his influence. It merely transformed it. In the decades that followed, his moral compass was quietly absorbed into the world's institutions, reshaping science, education, politics, and even spirituality. He had been a man who distrusted authority, yet his words became the ethical foundation for many of the authorities that came after him. His dream of a world united by reason and compassion began to take shape not as a single revolution, but as countless ripples across time. The first and most visible ripple was the institutionalization of scientific ethics. In the 1960s and 70s, as the world entered the atomic age, nations began formalizing moral oversight for research and innovation. Scientific organizations, from the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, to the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, adopted Einstein's principle that knowledge without conscience is ruin to the soul. This concept became the moral core of scientific charters and global declarations. UNESCO, founded in 1945, the same year Hiroshima burned, was in many ways an embodiment of Einstein's vision. Its founding charter called for peace to be constructed in the minds of men. Einstein himself had written that wars will cease when men refuse to fight, a sentiment that deeply influenced the organization's early educational programs. UNESCO's initiatives in peace education, ethical science, and cross-cultural dialogue all bore his intellectual fingerprints. His belief in global citizenship became the organization's guiding star. Another ripple emerged in the United Nations' approach to disarmament. Although Einstein never lived to see the UN mature into a powerful global entity, his calls for supranational governance laid the philosophical groundwork for its mission. In the 1950s and 60s, the UN began promoting international treaties to control nuclear testing and weapons proliferation. Delegates often invoked Einstein's plea for a widening circle of compassion as moral justification for cooperation. His ghost seemed to hover over every debate, a reminder that survival required collaboration, not domination. In academia, Einstein's influence reshaped education from the inside out. Universities began introducing courses on ethics in science, requiring students of physics, biology, and engineering to confront the moral implications of their work. His writings were cited in textbooks, syllabi, and commencement speeches. The idea that imagination is more important than knowledge became more than an inspirational quote. It became a pedagogical framework. It urged teachers to cultivate not just intellect, but empathy and curiosity. By the 1980s, Einstein's humanist ideals had also permeated psychology, neuroscience, and philosophy. His reflections on unity and consciousness, ideas once seen as poetic, began resonating with scientists studying the interconnectedness of mind and matter. His phrase, optical delusion of consciousness, was adopted by thinkers exploring the nature of empathy and perception. Neuroscientists studying the mirror neuron system, the biological basis for empathy, found a scientific echo of Einstein's belief that humanity's sense of separateness was an illusion. Even the realm of technology, which Einstein had once regarded with cautious optimism, began to reinterpret his wisdom for the digital age. As computers and the internet rewired society, innovators quoted him as both inspiration and warning. "It has become appallingly obvious that our technology has exceeded our humanity," he had said. And those words became a mantra for ethicists and programmers working to ensure artificial intelligence remained aligned with human values. Conferences on AI ethics from Geneva to Silicon Valley opened with Einstein's reflections on responsibility and progress. His influence extended beyond secular thought. In the 1990s and early 2000s, Einstein's writings became touchstones in the growing movement for interfaith dialogue. Religious leaders cited his notion of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the harmony of nature, as a bridge between science and spirituality. The Dalai Lama often referenced Einstein in his speeches about compassion and universal responsibility. For believers and skeptics alike, Einstein's perspective offered a language that transcended doctrine, a spirituality rooted in awe, not dogma. Meanwhile, in the world of diplomacy, his belief in global citizenship became a moral reference point for movements advocating for human rights, refugee protection, and climate action. Organizations like Amnesty International, Greenpeace, and later Extinction Rebellion drew philosophical energy from his call for conscience-driven change. His words, "Only a life lived for others is a life worthwhile," appeared on banners, posters, and even courtroom walls, a quiet call to remember humanity amid politics. In education, the Einsteinian approach became an entire teaching philosophy. Schools in Europe, Asia, and the Americas developed Einstein programs that combined science, ethics, and creativity. They taught physics not as a formulaic discipline, but as a gateway to wonder. Teachers urged students to question assumptions, explore the unseen, and connect facts to moral implications. His life story, the rebellious thinker who defied rote learning, became a template for modern education reform. The Einstein Forum in Potsdam, Germany, established in 1993, embodied this fusion of intellect and ethics. Scholars, artists, and scientists met there to explore questions Einstein himself might have asked. How can humanity balance progress with morality? What responsibilities come with knowledge? The forum became a living extension of his philosophy, bringing together the same blend of curiosity and conscience that had defined him. But perhaps Einstein's most profound posthumous influence was in how humanity began to redefine the word peace. He had argued that peace could not be achieved through treaties alone. it had to begin in the human heart. That belief inspired the growth of peace studies as a formal discipline in universities. Courses in conflict resolution and global ethics often opened with his quote, "Peace cannot be kept by force. It can only be achieved by understanding." From classrooms in Tokyo to think tanks in London, his words shaped how the next generation viewed diplomacy, empathy, and social justice. As the 21st century began, Einstein's warnings about moral imbalance resurfaced once more, this time in discussions of climate change and artificial intelligence. Scientists and policymakers once again quoted him to express a truth as relevant as ever. The significant problems we face cannot be solved at the same level of thinking we were at when we created them. In his absence, that sentence became both prophecy and challenge. Even the global sustainability movement drew from Einstein's belief in interconnectedness. His words about humanity being a part of the whole appeared in environmental manifestos and Earth Day campaigns. The notion that science and ethics must evolve together found resonance in initiatives like the Paris Climate Agreement, where world leaders invoked not just data, but moral duty. It's ironic and poetic that Einstein, who never led a nation or commanded armies, became one of the greatest architects of moral civilization. His influence rippled through institutions that often forgot his name, yet still operated in his light. Every ethical code, every sustainability pledge, every scientific oath whispered some fragment of his belief that progress without compassion is peril. Einstein once said, "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything." Decades later, his disciples, the scientists, activists, teachers and thinkers who carried his legacy, proved that he had not spoken in vain. They acted, created, questioned, and challenged in his spirit. And through them, Einstein's dream lived on, a civilization enlightened not just by knowledge, but by kindness. By the second half of the 20th century, Albert Einstein had crossed a threshold that few figures in history ever reach. He was no longer just a man, nor merely a scientist. He had become a myth. His image, with its unkempt hair, tired eyes, and mischievous smile, had turned into a universal symbol of genius, curiosity, and conscience. Children who knew nothing about relativity could still recognize him. To the public, Einstein was not simply a physicist, he was the physicist. Yet behind the icon lay something deeper, a reflection of humanity's longing for wisdom in an age of wonder and chaos. In the decades following his death, Einstein's likeness appeared everywhere, on postage stamps, posters, murals, T-shirts and coffee mugs. His face adorned university walls and corporate offices, sometimes next to his quotes, "Imagination is more important than knowledge," or "The important thing is not to stop questioning." These phrases, often simplified or misattributed, became the slogans of the modern mind. They turned Einstein into a kind of secular saint, the patron of thinkers, dreamers, and rebels alike. But this transformation was not accidental. It was the result of a world searching for meaning in an era of acceleration. As the Cold War escalated and technology began to reshape daily life, Einstein's image became a moral anchor, a reminder of balance in a world of extremes. He had lived through the worst of human invention, the wars, the bomb, the political paranoia, yet had never lost faith in humanity's capacity for goodness. That faith became the heart of his myth. Part of Einstein's allure came from his contradictions. He was a pacifist who had inspired the creation of the deadliest weapon in history, a devout rationalist who spoke of God with reverence, a public icon who shunned fame, a moral philosopher who distrusted politics. These paradoxes made him relatable, even human, in a way few geniuses ever appear. He embodied the struggle between brilliance and humility, proof that intellect and empathy could coexist within the same mind. The 1960s and 70s brought a cultural revival of Einstein's ideas. Young people disillusioned by war and authority saw in him a model of intellectual rebellion. His anti-establishment attitude, the refusal to conform, the messy hair, the gentle humor, resonated with a generation that distrusted rigid systems. Posters of Einstein with his tongue out became emblems of defiance, both playful and profound. Beneath the humor was a quiet statement that even the greatest minds could laugh at the world's absurdity. Filmmakers, artists, and writers soon turned Einstein into a muse. Movies like I.Q. 1994 and Einstein and Eddington 2008 explored his human side, the flawed, funny, deeply empathetic man behind the mathematics. Biographers sought to capture his complexity, often describing him as a moral compass adrift in a chaotic age. The 2008 documentary Einstein's Big Idea, based on David Bodanis's book, reintroduced him to younger audiences not as a myth, but as a mentor, a man whose curiosity could still ignite wonder. Meanwhile, his influence extended into art and literature. Painters like Salvador Dalí and René Magritte drew inspiration from relativity, bending space and time on canvas. Writers such as Italo Calvino and Alan Lightman used Einsteinian ideas to explore memory, dreams, and perception. In Einstein's dreams, Lightman imagined alternate worlds shaped by time's fluidity, a poetic homage to the scientist's capacity to merge science with imagination. The music world, too, found resonance in Einstein's rhythm of thought. Philip Glass's opera Einstein on the Beach, 1976, portrayed him not as a physicist, but as a symbol of human persistence and the beauty of repetition, a meditation on how genius perceives time differently. The opera, with its hypnotic minimalism, captured the essence of Einstein's curiosity, the endless loop of questions, the unbroken search for harmony. Even in political and philosophical discourse, Einstein's image became a rhetorical device. World leaders and activists quoted him to lend authority to causes ranging from nuclear disarmament to environmental protection. Peace cannot be kept by force, it can only be achieved by understanding, appeared in speeches by figures as varied as Nelson Mandela, the Dalai Lama, and Barack Obama. Each found in Einstein's words a timeless wisdom that transcended borders and ideologies. Einstein's myth also grew through the mysteries surrounding his death. The most controversial of these was the story of his brain. In a strange twist of history, the pathologist who performed his autopsy, Dr. Thomas Harvey, removed Einstein's brain without permission, preserving it for study. For decades, scientists examined the tissue, searching for physical evidence of genius. The findings were inconclusive, yet the act itself became symbolic. Humanity was trying, quite literally, to dissect the source of wisdom, to locate the intangible in the tangible. It was as if the world could not accept that Einstein's brilliance was human after all. Ironically, the more people idolized Einstein, the further they drifted from his humility. He had warned against hero worship, writing, "It is not that I'm so smart, but I stay with the questions much longer." Yet, the world had made him a monument. His face became a brand for creativity, his words distilled into clichés, sometimes stripped of their context, yet still powerful enough to inspire. Still, the myth served a purpose. In a world increasingly defined by technology, Einstein became a reminder that intellect must never eclipse humanity. His presence in pop culture, from comic books to motivational posters, kept alive the notion that science could be soulful. He symbolized the balance between reason and wonder, logic and love. By the turn of the millennium, Einstein's myth had expanded into the digital age. His quotes circulated endlessly on social media, often misquoted but always resonant. Memes turned him into the face of wisdom. Documentaries portrayed him as the conscience of modernity. In a way, Einstein had become what he once feared, a commodity of the information age. Yet even as his image was commercialized, his message endured. The more chaotic the world became, the more his calm rationality seemed divine. The irony of Einstein's posthumous fame is that it reflected the very paradox he spent his life trying to resolve, that humanity seeks truth, yet often settles for symbols. He had once said, "Whoever undertakes to set himself up as judge in the field of truth and knowledge is shipwrecked by the laughter of the gods." In becoming a cultural deity, Einstein himself became a living lesson in that warning. And yet, the myth of Einstein remains one of the few myths born not from fantasy, but from compassion. His story, that of a quiet man who challenged the universe and found humility within its vastness, continues to inspire. He reminds humanity that curiosity is not merely a tool for discovery, but a form of love, a recognition that the world is still worth understanding. As time moves further from his lifetime, Einstein's myth continues to evolve. He is invoked in classrooms, protests, think tanks, and art galleries alike. His name represents both genius and goodness, a rare combination in a world that often separates the two. Because in the end, Einstein's transformation from man to myth is not about fame or physics. It is about faith. Faith that reason can coexist with empathy, that the search for truth is still sacred, and that the universe, despite its cold laws, can still be illuminated by human warmth. And perhaps that is the greatest irony of all, that the man who sought to explain time has become timeless himself. By the dawn of the 21st century, Albert Einstein had evolved from a historical figure into a kind of cultural compass, a mirror through which society examined its own relationship with knowledge, progress, and morality. His name had become shorthand for genius, but it was his humanity that truly resonated. In a world driven by algorithms, automation, and endless information, Einstein stood as a symbol of something deeper, the power of thought guided by conscience. The digital age revived his presence in unexpected ways. His quotes flooded the internet, snippets of timeless wisdom reinterpreted for modern anxieties. "Imagination is more important than knowledge" became the mantra of tech startups, innovators, and creatives. "We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them," echoed across leadership seminars and climate summits. Even when misquoted or oversimplified, his words carried the weight of truth. Einstein's wisdom was adaptable. It survived translation into memes, TED Talks, and social media posts, reminding a distracted generation to think before reacting. Silicon Valley, perhaps more than any place on Earth, embraced Einstein's spirit, sometimes sincerely, sometimes superficially. Tech entrepreneurs invoked him as the patron saint of innovation, plastering his face on office walls beside motivational phrases. Yet few understood how deeply he distrusted unchecked progress. Einstein had warned that technology could outpace morality, that the perfection of means could lead to the confusion of ends. In many ways, his warnings became eerily prophetic. Artificial intelligence, social media, and genetic engineering, all the hallmarks of the 21st century, represented the same ethical crossroads he foresaw. Still, his influence persisted in the better angels of modern science. Organizations like NASA, the European Space Agency, and CERN often referred to his legacy when discussing ethics in discovery. His general theory of relativity remained the backbone of modern cosmology, used to map black holes, gravitational waves, and the very geometry of the universe. Yet beyond equations, Einstein's moral humility guided these institutions toward caution. He had always believed that science without religion is lame, religion without science is blind, meaning that knowledge must always walk hand in hand with awe and restraint. In classrooms, Einstein's myth continued to evolve. Teachers used his story to humanize the idea of genius, reminding students that he struggled as a child, spoke slowly, and was once thought incapable of academic success. He became a symbol of perseverance for those who felt misunderstood or different. His curiosity, not his intelligence, became the lesson. "The important thing is not to stop questioning," teachers quoted, and in a world of standardized education, that message felt revolutionary. Meanwhile, artists, writers, and filmmakers kept reinventing Einstein for new generations. His likeness appeared in films like Time After Time, Einstein and Eddington, and Genius, each exploring the emotional complexity behind the intellect. Writers reimagined him as a philosopher of compassion. Even comic books and animated shows transformed him into a whimsical sage, guiding heroes with wisdom disguised as wit. His image blurred the line between history and mythology, a kind of cultural shorthand for integrity in chaos. In popular culture, Einstein became both symbol and satire. Advertisers used him to sell products, from computers to coffee, turning his brilliance into a brand. The irony wasn't lost on historians. The man who shunned fame had become its eternal prisoner. Yet even this commercialization served an odd purpose. It kept his image alive, familiar and relevant. He became the friendly genius who reminded the world that intelligence need not be arrogant. At the same time, Einstein's influence deepened in academia and ethics. Scholars in fields like philosophy, neuroscience, and artificial intelligence continued to engage with his thoughts on consciousness and moral progress. His idea that a human being is part of the whole called by us universe inspired discussions about environmental sustainability and collective responsibility. His holistic worldview, once metaphoric, found scientific validation in ecology and quantum theory. Einstein's vision of unity, that everything is connected, became one of the most enduring truths in modern science. In climate activism, his warnings about short-sighted progress became rallying cries. Environmental organizations invoked his words to advocate for global cooperation and ethical responsibility. "Look deep into nature, and then you will understand everything better," appeared on banners, speeches, and documentaries. To many, Einstein's wisdom represented the voice of conscience in an era that had forgotten the difference between advancement and arrogance. Einstein's myth also found new life in the global peace movement. His vision of a world government based on law was once dismissed as utopian, but began to feel prescient in an age of global crises. From pandemics to wars to climate change, his call for cooperation over competition echoed louder than ever. Politicians and diplomats continued to reference him in appeals for unity, citing his belief that only morality in our actions can give beauty and dignity to life. Even his relationship with religion found reinterpretation in the modern world. Spiritual thinkers saw in Einstein's reflections a bridge between faith and reason, a language for those seeking spirituality without dogma. His notion of a cosmic religious feeling inspired both secular humanists and believers. In meditation circles and philosophical discussions, Einstein's God, one of harmony, not hierarchy, became a symbol of humility before the vastness of existence. Einstein's myth, however, also reflected society's contradictions. As artificial intelligence advanced, the same curiosity that he had once championed began creating moral dilemmas he would have warned against. Machines learned to think, but not to care. Data replaced dialogue. The world had become faster, smarter, yet somehow less wise. In that irony, Einstein's ghost seemed to hover again, whispering the same warning he had once given about nuclear power: that progress without purpose is peril. Yet there is comfort in how his myth endures. Every generation rediscovers him, the man who made sense of the universe and still believed in kindness. His legacy transcends relativity and quantum theory. It lives in the classrooms, laboratories, and quiet minds that choose reflection over reaction. When students draw inspiration from his humility, when scientists pause to question the ethics of invention, when artists paint the universe with wonder, Einstein lives again. He had once said, "Try not to become a man of success, but rather try to become a man of value." In the 21st century, where success is often measured in wealth or visibility, those words feel almost subversive. They challenge the modern ego to rediscover integrity. Einstein's myth persists because it offers something rare, a reminder that greatness lies not in domination, but in devotion to truth. In an age obsessed with speed, Einstein's deliberate thoughtfulness has become revolutionary. His slow, reflective manner, his willingness to sit with uncertainty, feels almost sacred in a culture that worships immediacy. His myth teaches that wisdom is not the ability to know everything, but the courage to admit how little we do. And perhaps that is why Einstein's face, though worn by time and imitation, still feels alive. It smiles from posters and textbooks, not as a monument to intellect, but as a quiet whisper. Stay curious, stay kind, think deeper. Because while science may have moved beyond Einstein's equations, humanity is still catching up to his wisdom. His myth endures not because he explained the universe, but because he reminded us to look at it with wonder. And in that endless act of looking, questioning, learning, hoping, his spirit continues to expand, just like the universe he helped us see. More than 70 years after his passing, Albert Einstein's influence continues to shape the moral and intellectual landscape of modern civilization. But now, the stage is different. Humanity stands not on the brink of nuclear annihilation, but at the edge of a digital dawn, a world increasingly governed by artificial intelligence, automation, and algorithms that learn faster than their creators. It is a world Einstein could never have imagined in detail, yet one he somehow foresaw in spirit. His words, warnings about technology outpacing morality, echo more urgently than ever in the hum of servers and the silent reasoning of machines. The human spirit must prevail over technology, Einstein once said. It was not a rejection of innovation, but a plea for balance, a recognition that intellect alone could not safeguard the soul. He believed that the future depended not on the brilliance of invention, but on the integrity of intention. Now, in an age where artificial intelligence can compose symphonies, diagnose diseases, and even generate art, Einstein's voice seems to whisper through the digital ether. Progress without conscience is chaos in disguise. In laboratories and research centers across the world, scientists continue to wrestle with the very question Einstein posed a century ago. Can humanity control its own creations? The rapid advancement of AI has forced a reckoning similar to the dawn of the atomic era. The tools have changed, but the dilemma remains the same. Machines capable of simulating human thought now threaten to blur the line between intelligence and morality. Einstein had predicted this paradox, warning that we cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. This sentiment has become the moral backbone of modern AI ethics. In conferences from Geneva to San Francisco, his name is invoked not as nostalgia, but as necessity. Engineers quote Einstein when discussing algorithmic fairness and responsibility. Policymakers invoke his writings in debates about privacy, automation, and the future of human labor. Concern for man himself, he had said, must always constitute the chief interest of all technical endeavors. His words now hang in the halls of think tanks and universities like commandments written in code. Yet, for all the reverence paid to him, Einstein's lesson remains difficult to practice. Technology continues to evolve faster than wisdom. Artificial intelligence, like the atom, holds both salvation and destruction within its circuits. It can cure disease, predict disasters, and revolutionize education, or deepen inequality, erode privacy, and displace millions. Einstein's moral insight, that intellect divorced from empathy, is dangerous. Feels like prophecy disguised as philosophy. Modern thinkers often refer to Einstein when trying to define human uniqueness. As machines grow more intelligent, philosophers turn to his reflections on consciousness and creativity to ask what truly separates man from machine. The true sign of intelligence, he wrote, is not knowledge, but imagination. That single idea may be humanity's last safeguard, the belief that imagination, empathy, and moral awareness cannot be programmed. Einstein saw creativity not as an act of logic, but of love, the soul's dialogue with the universe. Artificial intelligence can replicate logic, but not that sacred longing. Einstein's influence on the ethics of AI extends beyond philosophy into practice. Tech companies now form ethics boards, drafting principles that echo his warnings. Phrases like human-centered design and responsible innovation are modern rephrasings of his ideals. He believed that the highest goal of science was to serve humanity, not to rule it. To him, progress meant finding harmony between discovery and dignity, a balance many now struggle to maintain in a world obsessed with efficiency. Even the language of modern ethics borrows from Einstein's worldview. Concepts like alignment, moral accountability, and global stewardship all stem from his belief in interconnectedness. Just as relativity revealed the fabric of space-time binding all matter, Einstein's moral philosophy revealed the invisible bonds linking all lives. The realization that every action ripples outward, that no innovation exists in isolation, has become the foundation of modern sustainability and ethical design. In classrooms, Einstein's story continues to serve as both inspiration and warning. Students studying robotics or data science often begin their ethics courses by reading his essays on responsibility. His humility stands in stark contrast to the arrogance that sometimes shadows technological ambition. He once said, "A clever person solves a problem. A wise person avoids it." That distinction between cleverness and wisdom now defines the greatest challenge of the digital age. Humanity has become clever enough to build thinking machines. The question is whether it has become wise enough to guide them. Einstein's belief in compassion as the highest form of intelligence has also found new relevance in the age of automation. Psychologists and educators studying emotional intelligence, the ability to understand and respond to human emotions, often cite Einstein's writings on empathy. He saw kindness as a scientific necessity, not a sentimental luxury. "Only a life lived for others," he wrote, "is a life worthwhile." That simple truth, once philosophical, now anchors discussions about ethical AI, about how machines that serve humans must reflect humanity's better nature, not its flaws. Meanwhile, in art and culture, Einstein's myth has merged seamlessly with digital consciousness. Movies like Her and Ex Machina, stories of sentient machines struggling to understand emotion, echo the moral conflicts Einstein spent his life contemplating. Even science fiction, once an escapist genre, has become a vessel for Einstein's ethical legacy, reminding audiences that intelligence without empathy leads to emptiness. Perhaps the most fascinating parallel between Einstein's time and ours is the shared sense of awakening. Just as his theories forced humanity to confront a universe far stranger than it imagined, artificial intelligence now forces humanity to confront itself. The mirror has changed, but the reflection is the same. We are still grappling with what it means to be human. Einstein's final writings, his letters and essays on moral evolution, feel eerily suited for the AI era. "We shall require a substantially new manner of thinking if mankind is to survive," he wrote. Today, that new manner of thinking may mean redefining progress itself. It may mean measuring innovation not by speed or profit, but by its capacity to elevate human dignity. In a sense, Einstein's wisdom is the last great equation left unsolved: how to balance the power of knowledge with the weight of responsibility. His life, his regrets, and his hope for peace all converge in one truth: the future will not be shaped by machines, but by the morality of those who make them. The challenge Einstein left behind is the same one we now face: to ensure that humanity remains the heart behind the code. Because intelligence, no matter how advanced, is meaningless without empathy. And in that enduring belief, Einstein's voice continues to guide us, not as a relic of the past, but as the conscience of a future still deciding what it wants to become. Einstein once said, "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything." It's a haunting line, one that has outlived its century and found new weight in ours. The deeper the world dives into technology, the more that truth glows beneath the surface. Progress, unchecked by moral courage, becomes decay disguised as advancement. Einstein's wisdom, rooted not in machinery but in meaning, continues to echo through the halls of science, politics, and art, reminding us that intelligence alone cannot save us. Only conscience can. If the first half of the 20th century tested humanity's scientific potential, then the 21st century tests its ethical maturity. Climate change, artificial intelligence, surveillance capitalism, and social division. These are not failures of intellect. They are failures of restraint. Einstein foresaw this tension. He understood that as humanity's tools grew more powerful, so too must its compassion. His essays on peace, unity, and global responsibility, once dismissed as idealistic, now read like blueprints for survival. He had envisioned a world governed not by borders or egos, but by a collective understanding of interdependence. A human being is part of the whole, called by us universe, he wrote, a part limited in time and space. We experience ourselves, our thoughts and feelings, as something separated from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of consciousness. For Einstein, this delusion was the root of all human suffering, the belief that we are separate from one another, from nature, from consequence. If the atomic age proved the physical unity of all things, then Einstein's moral vision demanded that we live by it. Today, his words find new resonance in the global environmental movement. Scientists fighting to preserve the planet often quote Einstein's warning that humanity must learn a new manner of thinking to survive. The interconnectedness he saw in physics now serves as a spiritual metaphor for sustainability, the realization that every choice ripples through the whole. Climate activists invoke his belief that our task must be to widen our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature in its beauty. In this sense, Einstein was not just a physicist, but one of the earliest ecological philosophers. His humanism also shaped the foundations of what we now call global ethics, the belief that the moral responsibility of the individual extends beyond nationality. Einstein rejected the tribalism of his time, calling nationalism an infantile disease and warning that blind allegiance to nations would only lead to more war. His dream of a global government, though controversial, came from a simple moral calculation, that peace cannot exist in fragments. To Einstein, cooperation was not an ideal. It was a necessity written into the laws of nature itself. Modern institutions like the United Nations, World Health Organization, and International Court of Justice unknowingly carry fragments of Einstein's dream. Each represents an attempt to unify humanity under shared principles of fairness and compassion, ideas he championed long before they were fashionable. Yet he also recognized the limits of governance. Real peace, he believed, could not be legislated. It had to be cultivated within the human spirit. Peace cannot be kept by force, he said. It can only be achieved by understanding. This moral foundation also shaped Einstein's relationship with religion, a relationship often misunderstood. Though he rejected the notion of a personal God, Einstein spoke often of a cosmic religious feeling, a reverence for the order and mystery of existence. He saw science and spirituality not as enemies, but as partners, two languages describing the same truth. "My religion," he wrote, "consists of a humble admiration of the illimitable superior spirit who reveals himself in the slight details we are able to perceive." For him, the pursuit of knowledge was sacred not because it granted power, but because it nurtured awe. That sense of awe, that blend of humility and wonder, is precisely what the modern world seems to lack. In our race to quantify everything, we have forgotten how to marvel. Einstein's warnings about materialism and ambition feel eerily prophetic. He wrote, "We have perfected means, but we have confused ends." Today, as society measures progress by consumption and innovation, his words challenge us to remember that the true measure of civilization is not how much it builds, but how deeply it cares. Einstein's moral philosophy also continues to inspire movements for peace and human rights. Figures like Martin Luther King Jr., Nelson Mandela, and Malala Yousafzai have all drawn on his ideals of nonviolence and education. King once wrote that Einstein's commitment to justice proved that the pursuit of truth is not limited to laboratories or lecture halls. To them, Einstein was more than a scientist. He was a conscience that refused to remain silent. His influence even extends into the realm of personal ethics, how individuals relate to one another. In a letter to a grieving father, Einstein once wrote that love, not logic, was the real binding force of the universe. "Love," he said, "is a better teacher than duty." It's a sentiment that transcends equations. Einstein understood that the greatest discoveries happen not in the laboratory, but within the heart. the discovery of empathy, humility, and unity. In the end, Einstein's vision for the future wasn't about physics at all. It was about the evolution of humanity's moral imagination. He dreamed of a civilization wise enough to wield its intellect responsibly, humble enough to admit its ignorance, and compassionate enough to see itself as one. He believed that education should cultivate character as much as knowledge, teaching not just how to think, but how to care. His final years were spent not chasing scientific glory, but writing about peace. He corresponded with thinkers, activists, and children, urging them to look inward. If people are good only because they fear punishment and hope for reward, he warned, then we are a sorry lot indeed. That insight cuts through time like light through a prism. It challenges modern civilization, driven by incentives and algorithms, to rediscover intrinsic goodness. And perhaps that is Einstein's most enduring legacy, the reminder that morality, like gravity, holds the universe together. His dream of peace, though unrealized, remains humanity's most necessary equation, one that no machine can solve and no prize can measure. Because in the end, Einstein's greatest formula was not E equals mc squared. It was this: that compassion multiplied by courage equals the only kind of progress worth pursuing. As the Second World War faded into memory, the Cold War rose like a silent storm, invisible but everywhere. The world Einstein had helped shape through his discoveries was now split in two: East and West, democracy and dictatorship, creation and destruction. And in the middle of it all stood Einstein, a man of science who wanted peace, caught between the conscience of his beliefs and the chaos of a divided planet. Though he had once supported the development of atomic research to counter Nazi Germany, Einstein soon regretted the consequences of that decision. When the bombs fell on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the same theories that had opened the doors of the universe were now opening the gates of moral ruin. "Had I known," he said softly years later, "I would have become a watchmaker." That single line revealed more about his torment than any of his scientific papers ever could. During the Cold War, Einstein became more than just a theoretical physicist. He became a symbol of moral resistance. He spoke publicly against nuclear proliferation, calling for international control over atomic energy. To him, science should never be a weapon of fear. He wrote letters to presidents, pleaded with world leaders, and used his global reputation not for personal glory, but for global awareness. Yet, his words were often met with suspicion. In an era defined by paranoia and secrecy, even Einstein's pacifism was seen as dangerous. In 1950, during the height of McCarthyism, the US government quietly placed Einstein under surveillance. His political beliefs, his advocacy for world peace, socialism, and civil rights made him a target in a nation gripped by fear of un-American ideas. Ironically, the man who had fled authoritarianism in Europe now faced its shadow in the land that had given him refuge. The FBI's file on him grew to over 1,400 pages. His telephone was tapped, his mail was opened. Yet Einstein refused to be silent. Unthinking respect for authority, he warned, is the greatest enemy of truth. Despite the growing tension, Einstein remained steadfast in his commitment to humanity. He continued to meet with pacifists, civil rights activists, and educators, believing that the roots of peace could only grow through understanding. When asked why he persisted despite criticism, he simply said, "Because silence would make me an accomplice." Even in his final years, when illness began to weaken his body, his mind burned with purpose. Einstein also lent his voice to racial equality, particularly in America. He befriended African-American leaders such as W.E.B. Du Bois and Paul Robeson, and he spoke out against segregation, calling it a disease of white people. He taught at historically black colleges and wrote essays condemning racism as one of the greatest moral failures of his adopted country. It was a side of Einstein rarely taught in textbooks, the moral scientist who saw no difference between social injustice and scientific ignorance. To him, both were symptoms of a world unwilling to evolve. As the arms race intensified, Einstein's warnings grew more urgent. He understood that nuclear weapons were not just tools of war, but symptoms of fear. The true danger, he said, was not the bombs themselves, but the minds willing to use them. The release of atomic power, he wrote, has changed everything except our way of thinking. Those words remain painfully true today. By the 1950s, Einstein had withdrawn from public life, but never from moral engagement. He spent his last years writing letters to scientists, world leaders, and young students. In one of his final correspondences, he reflected that the real struggle of his century was not between nations, but between wisdom and ignorance. He wrote, "We must learn to think in a new way. We must learn that peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of understanding." When Einstein passed away in 1955, the world mourned the loss of a mind unlike any other. But more than that, it mourned a conscience that dared to speak truth to power. He left behind not only a new vision of the universe, but a moral compass for humanity's survival. In the divided world he left behind, Einstein's message remains a quiet rebellion, that the true revolution begins not with weapons or ideologies, but with empathy. For in a time when science could destroy the planet, it would take only one principle to save it, the one Einstein had lived by his entire life: compassion guided by reason. And so, as the Cold War raged and the world spun deeper into division, Einstein's legacy lingered like a distant light, not as a memory of genius, but as a reminder that wisdom, too, must evolve. By the time the Nobel Committee recognized Albert Einstein in 1922, the world already knew him as the man who changed physics forever. Yet even as he accepted the Nobel Prize for his explanation of the photoelectric effect, there was a quiet irony in the air. The award celebrated his scientific precision but ignored his moral passion. Einstein, the greatest advocate for peace of his generation, would never receive the Nobel Peace Prize. Not because he didn't deserve it, but because he was far too controversial for it. The Nobel Committee had always been cautious, almost to a fault. Its founders had designed it to remain politically neutral, rewarding contributions that united rather than divided humanity. But neutrality, as history would show, can sometimes become a shield for silence. During Einstein's lifetime, the Nobel judges viewed him not as a unifying figure, but as a disruptive one, a man whose ideas and beliefs stirred too much emotion. His science challenged Newton, his pacifism challenged empires, and his politics challenged governments. To honor him for peace, they feared, would invite chaos. Einstein's pacifism was not the kind of peace the Nobel Committee found comfortable. It wasn't polite or diplomatic. It was radical, uncompromising, and deeply moral. He spoke against militarism at a time when nationalism was Europe's religion. He refused to glorify war, calling it a disease like typhus. To governments rebuilding after World War I, those words were dangerous. Einstein's outspoken criticism of authority earned him admiration among pacifists, but suspicion among the powerful. The committee's hesitation was not just political, it was cultural. Einstein was a German-born Jewish intellectual in a Europe still haunted by anti-Semitic prejudice. Many members of the Nobel establishment, particularly in the early 20th century, viewed him as too cosmopolitan, too foreign, too defiant. Even his scientific theories faced skepticism at first, partly because they seemed to undermine the established worldview that Europe's elite had long accepted. When his relativity was confirmed by Arthur Eddington's 1919 expedition, it made him a celebrity, but also a target. Newspapers that once praised his genius soon published cartoons mocking his ethnicity and pacifism. To award such a man the Peace Prize would have been, to them, a provocation. As the years passed, Einstein's voice only grew louder. He denounced the rising tide of fascism in Germany, warning of its dangers long before others dared to speak. He openly supported international cooperation, women's rights, and the abolition of racial segregation, all ideas far ahead of his time. To many in power, Einstein's moral clarity felt like an indictment. The Nobel Committee, eager to avoid controversy, chose safer candidates, figures who spoke softly, who didn't challenge the political order. Einstein's peace was too real, too inconvenient. Behind the scenes, there were attempts to nominate him for the Peace Prize. Several intellectuals and political leaders submitted his name, citing his tireless advocacy for disarmament and human rights. Yet, every time, the same objections arose. Einstein was too political, too divisive, or simply not in the spirit of Alfred Nobel's intentions. The irony, of course, was staggering. Alfred Nobel himself had created the Peace Prize after being called a merchant of death for inventing dynamite, a way to atone for the moral cost of innovation. Einstein, who spent his life warning of similar dangers, embodied that very spirit of redemption. But the committee could not see past its own caution. The 1930s brought the world to the edge of another catastrophe. As fascism spread across Europe, Einstein fled Germany, leaving behind his home, his professorship, and much of his family's possessions. From America, he continued to speak for peace, urging nations to resist tyranny not with weapons, but with wisdom. Yet his pacifism was again tested when Hitler rose to power. Confronted by evil on a scale humanity had never seen, Einstein reluctantly acknowledged that peace without defense was naive. He supported Allied resistance and signed the letter to President Roosevelt that would eventually lead to the Manhattan Project. This decision haunted him for the rest of his life and sealed his fate with the Nobel Committee forever. Though he had only intended to warn the US about Germany's potential for nuclear weapons, Einstein's name became permanently tied to the atomic age. In the aftermath of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the man who had devoted his life to peace became, in the public imagination, an unwitting architect of destruction. For the Nobel Committee, awarding him a Peace Prize would have seemed contradictory. And yet, Einstein's response to this burden was what truly defined his moral greatness. He did not defend himself or hide from guilt. Instead, he transformed it into action. He founded and supported countless organizations advocating for nuclear disarmament, global education, and moral accountability in science. He joined the Emergency Committee of Atomic Scientists, using his fame to warn the public about the dangers of nuclear proliferation. His goal was no longer just peace, but awakening, a revolution of conscience. By the late 1940s, the world had come to recognize Einstein not only as a genius, but as a prophet of responsibility. His name appeared in discussions of global reform, human rights, and ethical governance. Yet the Nobel Committee remained silent. Even after his death in 1955, when many historians called for a posthumous acknowledgement, none came. The silence was deafening and telling. Perhaps the real reason Einstein never received the Nobel Peace Prize was that he represented a kind of peace the world wasn't ready for. Not the absence of war, but the transformation of humanity. His peace demanded courage, honesty, and sacrifice. It was not something that could be packaged into ceremonies or medals. It was a lifelong struggle, the struggle to keep compassion alive in an age of power. In the end, the Nobel's silence became its own kind of verdict. The committee had rewarded politicians, diplomats and negotiators, men of compromise, but had overlooked the one man who understood that peace begins not in governments, but in the heart. And so Einstein's legacy outgrew the prize he never won. The Nobel Committee's omission became part of his story, a reminder that true greatness does not need validation. History, not institutions, decides who deserves remembrance. Today, when we speak of peace, we still quote Einstein, not the laureates who received the medal. The irony is complete. The man denied the prize for peace remains its eternal symbol. By the time Albert Einstein reached the final decades of his life, the Nobel Prize had long since ceased to matter to him. The award he'd won in 1921 for the photoelectric effect, not relativity, sat somewhere in a drawer, more relic than reward. The man who once redefined how humanity saw the universe had begun to see through the illusions that defined it. He had outgrown the machinery of fame, the rituals of validation, and the quiet hunger that drives people to seek acknowledgement from their peers. For Einstein, recognition had become a kind of noise, a distraction from the quiet work of conscience. He understood, more clearly than anyone, that medals and honors were built to celebrate the measurable, not the moral. Science could be quantified, conscience could not. And so the Nobel Committee had rewarded him for what could be tested in a laboratory, while ignoring the truth he carried into lecture halls and letters. That peace is not a formula, not a hypothesis, but a decision. Einstein never condemned the Nobel institution for its choices. He simply saw it for what it was, a mirror of humanity's priorities. The world worshipped intellect when it was convenient, but turned away when intellect dared to speak of compassion. It's tempting to imagine Einstein as a man wounded by the omission, but the opposite was true. He seemed relieved by the distance between himself and the stage. The Nobel Peace Prize was, in his eyes, a human invention meant to symbolize ideals he believed should exist without reward. One does not work for peace to be applauded, he once said, any more than one breathes to be thanked. The notion of being honored for moral clarity struck him as paradoxical, like awarding oxygen for sustaining life. Yet the irony followed him everywhere. Journalists would ask, even late in his life, whether he felt cheated by never receiving the Peace Prize. His smile in those moments said everything, gentle, faintly amused, but faintly sad. He knew the question missed the point. To ask whether Einstein deserved a Peace Prize was to misunderstand what he was offering. He didn't seek peace as a diplomat or an activist. He embodied it as a scientist, trying to reconcile logic with empathy. His arguments for disarmament were born not from idealism, but from physics. He understood the chain reaction of violence better than most. Einstein believed the Nobel Peace Prize, like much of human ceremony, functioned less as a reward and more as reassurance. It allowed people to feel that progress was tangible, that virtue could be counted. But he also knew that true peace is invisible. It exists in the pauses between wars, in the moments when humanity chooses restraint instead of reaction. That kind of peace can't be awarded. It can only be practiced. The committee could no more grant it than the stars could grant gravity. And so he carried on, unbothered. He wrote letters to world leaders, urging disarmament, and to scientists, urging humility. He worked with pacifist organizations, quietly funding scholarships for refugees. His legacy became less about equations and more about empathy. When asked about his view on prizes, he said simply, "The value of a man should be seen in what he gives, not in what he is able to receive." That line was his philosophy distilled, an unshakable belief that worth cannot be stamped on parchment or engraved on metal. By the 1950s, the Nobel Peace Prize had gone to diplomats, presidents, and organizations whose efforts, while admirable, were often transient, victories bound to their era. Einstein's peace, however, was timeless. He wasn't fighting a single war. He was challenging the machinery that made war inevitable. He questioned nationalism when it was fashionable to obey, opposed nuclear escalation when silence would have been safer, and championed global unity when the world preferred borders. His peace was not polite. It was disruptive. It demanded courage, not ceremony. That defiance is perhaps why the Nobel Committee never called. The Peace Prize, after all, has always been about comfort as much as conscience. It celebrates hope without demanding discomfort. Einstein's voice, though, made people uneasy. He wasn't content with world peace as a slogan. He wanted the abolition of armies, the dismantling of borders, the replacement of power with understanding. To honor that kind of peace would have been to confront the world's hypocrisy head-on. And few institutions built on diplomacy enjoy staring into their own contradictions. But Einstein didn't need the committee's approval to understand the weight of his work. The real prize, he believed, was the ability to still care in a world that constantly demanded compromise. Every time he chose principle over popularity, he affirmed a truth more enduring than any medal could capture. That morality, once surrendered, can never be reclaimed. In his final years at Princeton, he remained surrounded by letters, requests, petitions, debates. But what strikes historians most about those papers isn't their volume, it's their tone. They're tender. Even when he argued, even when he scolded politicians or scientists, there was an undercurrent of empathy, as though he pitied humanity for being unable to follow its own reason. He never gave up on us. Even when the world weaponized his discoveries, even when he saw his equations turned into atomic fire, he kept believing that conscience was as real as energy, that both could be harnessed for good. In the end, Einstein understood that awards are temporary currency, but ideas are inheritance. His refusal to chase recognition became its own form of rebellion, a quiet rejection of the systems that confuse applause with virtue. And perhaps, somewhere deep down, he knew that the Nobel Peace Prize could never have measured the magnitude of what he offered. The medal he never received became symbolic precisely because he never needed it. His peace didn't fit inside the boundaries of institutions. It lived in the human imagination, where ideas endure long after ceremonies fade. History, not committees, would do the remembering. Einstein died in 1955 without a Peace Prize, without fanfare, and without regret. What he left behind was far greater than any golden medallion could signify, a moral blueprint for the modern world. His legacy is not in the trophy cases of Stockholm, but in the uneasy conscience of humanity, still wrestling with the same questions he asked in life. Can intelligence coexist with compassion? Can power exist without cruelty? Can reason ever truly save us from ourselves? For Einstein, peace was never an abstract dream. It was a discipline. He believed that the survival of civilization depended not on science's brilliance, but on its humility. He once wrote, "The splitting of the atom has changed everything except our way of thinking." That line became prophetic. It encapsulated the tragedy of modernity, the idea that humanity's intellect had outpaced its empathy. And in that tension lies the reason his peace work mattered more than any medal. In the years following his death, the Nobel Committee quietly avoided the question of why he was never considered for the Peace Prize. Some said it was politics, others said his pacifism was too radical, his moral clarity too uncomfortable. But history has a habit of correcting such omissions. Today, Einstein's image, wild-haired, eyes full of both wonder and warning, stands as a global emblem of wisdom and humanity. The absence of a medal has only magnified the purity of his message. Einstein's peace was built on three pillars: reason, empathy, and responsibility. He believed that knowledge without empathy leads to arrogance, and empathy without responsibility leads to weakness. True peace, he said, requires all three to coexist. His advocacy wasn't political, it was moral architecture. He wanted to re-engineer how humanity defined success, not as dominance or progress, but as the ability to coexist without annihilation. Even in his quietest years, he continued to speak through essays and open letters, urging cooperation between nations and scientists. He championed the idea of a world government, not as tyranny, but as shared accountability, a structure where no nation could hoard destruction unchecked. His critics called him naive. Einstein simply called it necessary. He understood that every generation must choose between comfort and conscience, and that history belongs to those who choose the latter. And history, inevitably, did. Decades later, when the Peace Prize was awarded to physicists, activists, and organizations seeking nuclear disarmament, the echoes of Einstein's words resonated through every acceptance speech. His influence shaped the vocabulary of global conscience. Even those who never mentioned his name were borrowing from his lexicon of moral clarity. In the end, the Nobel Committee's silence became its own paradoxical tribute. By denying him the medal, they made him timeless. Medals age, myths don't. Einstein's peace transcended the bureaucratic limits of recognition. It became a story told in classrooms, in protests, in quiet reflections at moments of global crisis. When the world trembles, his face returns, not as a laureate, but as a reminder of what intelligence looks like when paired with mercy. That may be the truest measure of legacy, not in what one receives, but in what one ignites. Einstein ignited a movement of thinkers who understood that science divorced from ethics is just precision without purpose. His absence on the Peace Prize list stands not as an omission, but as a statement. The committee may have withheld its medal, but it could not contain his message. Today, when nations build weapons faster than treaties, Einstein's warning feels newly urgent. The world still lives in the shadow of his greatest fear, progress without wisdom. Yet his legacy remains a compass pointing towards sanity. He taught us that peace is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of understanding. That knowledge, wielded with humility, could still redeem us. In that sense, Einstein's Nobel Peace Prize was never denied. It was deferred, distributed across generations. Every scientist who refuses to weaponize discovery, every leader who chooses dialogue over dominance, every citizen who resists hate, that is his true inheritance. His award lives in their choices. And perhaps that's what he wanted all along. Because in the end, Einstein didn't need the world to honor him. He needed it to listen. And though it took decades, the world finally did. The man who saw the universe in a grain of light also saw humanity in its frailty. He left us not equations, but an equation of conscience. Knowledge plus compassion equals survival. A prize could never measure that. And so the man who never won the Nobel Peace Prize became the one who never stopped earning it.